Chris.
Yeah.
She'll call you if you don't. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is the Hideout Utah Town Council regular meeting and continued public hearings rescheduled March 6, 2024. Meeting is being on Zoom, YouTube Live, and in person in the town hall. I'm calling the meeting to order and going to take roll. Chris Byers.
I'm here.
Bob Nailberg.
I'm here.
Thank you. Jonathan Gunn.
Here.
And Ralph Severine. I'm here. Well, Ralph is in the town hall with me. If anybody's wondering. You can't see the image on the screen. Thank you. We have 4 of the 5. Carol was away on holiday. We knew that. And is excused. Moving the agenda around a bit because we have a guest speaker who needs to be off in 27 minutes. And so we're going to jump right to item 1, update of the Town Council Planning Commission retreat, which was held on January 11th. Muriel is on the phone, and Jan's on the phone, so we can let them go. I don't have a presentation from Muriel, so am I supposed to, or do I, Alicia?
I think it's just the staff report and the retreat report.
There it is. Okay, sure why it's, I'll make it bigger. Not helping me. Okay, Muriel, I'm happy to change screens for you when you like. So I'll turn it over to you or Kimberly or whoever's on the phone and take us through it.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much, Mayor. Muriel Sochmil with X Factor Strategic Communications. It was a pleasure getting to meet with many of you in person during the retreat a couple of months ago. Can't believe it's already been a couple of months. Time really does fly. But really such a great experience to learn from you what your vision and plans are for the future of your community. We were just happy to be a part and play a supportive role in facilitating some of those conversations. So I was asked to just, come to you all tonight and present our recommendations report, which was the key deliverable coming out of the retreat. And hopefully we'll provide some context and actionable recommendations that you can all consider implementing going forward. So with that, I think, Mayor, if you don't mind, just kind of scrolling down. I assume all of you have probably seen a digital copy of this already, so obviously I won't be reading verbatim, but if we could go to the overview section. Perfect. As a reminder, the retreat itself, we had 2 really main objectives. We wanted to identify those short and long-term priorities for the town, and then outline these actionable strategies that can then be incorporated into the development of a more robust, in-depth strategic plan. We had some icebreakers, and that was really fun to see how well traveled you all were. And when asked, what motivated you to serve? We saw this word cloud pop up. Really, a theme here of wanting to serve the community, make lasting change, and contribute back. for some of the highlights on the SWOT analysis, when we asked you all what your strengths were, this is what we heard. Those scenic views and access to the outdoors was a real strength of the town. Your proximity to the urban areas and amenities, but still retaining that small town feel, was something that was very appealing. For weaknesses, what you all had identified were insufficient commercial development, some very real financial constraints, limited land availability, and perhaps some previous, agreements with certain developers that have constrained growth and development. But there were great opportunities as well, specifically commercial development, possible annexation of land within the town boundaries, direct access to the state park, and then engaging in strategic and regional partnerships. Some threats or challenges could include the ongoing litigation, perhaps public perceptions of the town. Of course, kind of the lack of funding, financial constraints are always a reality for municipalities. And then water availability is a very real threat. I'm going to stop there for a minute. Again, this is really kind of pulled directly from what we heard from you that day during the retreat. Is this consistent with kind of your understanding and seeing heads nod?
Hi, Muriel. This is Chris. Yeah, it is. That's a pretty good summary. I think when you mentioned developer-friendly regulations, though, one of our weaknesses, I think that speaks to a weakness for the town because, the town exists for shared infrastructure, sense of community, and local control, right? Those are kind of the fundamentals of why municipalities exist and why they're important. And I think those developer-friendly regulations, if you're referring to like the prior MDA from when the town was originally created, we've lost a little bit of local control there. We've had impacts with our shared infrastructure only in that, it's developed in a timeline that if we had better control, we might have had things evolve differently, and the sense of community is just impacted as well, only because related to the other threats that you mentioned, including ongoing litigation. So they're all kind of interrelated that way. And I just wanted to clarify a little bit how I see, anyway, the weakness with developer-friendly regulations. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Councilmember Bayer. Really appreciate that. Anyone
I'd say
else?
something that caught here, Muriel, was the fact that great job, by the way. Thanks for coordinating all this and getting back with us on this. And that was a fun day, so to speak, that there usually are, is the fact that we're kind of a startup that's, somewhat hampered by early history. This is not uncommon from the other towns that I've read about where you've had, initial founders and then you've gone in maybe a slightly different idea direction. So I think being a startup sometimes is, you have a blank slate a bit, but then we're also somewhat encumbered by the way things were designed for almost the entire town. So if I compared ourselves to, say, a more established town like Park City, they've got most of these things in place. So we had to rewrite our ordinances and call that a strength or weakness. That's what we had to do. But I think there's positives and negatives to that. So I don't actually see that caught in here. I mean, it's kind of the DNA of the town, if you get my drift. But all told, thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could piggyback on Ralph, so we could add into the weaknesses an emerging community or something to that effect.
Mayor, what did you say to add to weaknesses? I didn't understand.
That we are an emerging community. I mean, we were kind of disparate for a while because it was just one subdivision, and then it's kind of grown in bits and pieces, and now we're sort of becoming a community as opposed to a disparate group of homes. So I don't know.
It's, in a sense, it's a strength and weakness for any business, you know, for if you look at anything, business or otherwise, so.
Just another way of saying Ralph's startup phrase.
Yeah.
You know, that was a good analogy. The other weakness with limited land, and I don't know if this is worth calling out, but you know, we're in Wasatch County, yet we're completely surrounded by water or Summit County. And it's difficult to navigate through. You know, we're in a different UDOT district than Heber, but we're in the same county, but we're, you know, the parks, people that live here do a lot of things in Park City. They think of themselves as Park City people, but we're not because we're in a different county. So we're just in this odd place. And so the limited land doesn't fully describe that. We're just in a difficult place when it comes to, you know, fitting in with regional planning and where do we fit with the different agencies? It's just very complicated here. More so, I think, than any place else that I can think of in Utah.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're gonna lose Muriel in 15 minutes, so I'd like to get through this, make your notes on what you're hearing on your notepads that you have handy, and we'll have a discussion at the end. And then we can give Muriel and her team some direction, but I'd like her to get through what she needs to get through before she has to drop off.
Okay, thank you. Will do.
Thank you. I've made a note of those comments and we can absolutely update the recommendations report with them. So for the sake of time, let's go ahead and transition to the key topics page. Perfect. So as you all know, we spent several hours doing tabletop exercises together, really workshopping 5 key topic areas. So I just wanted to kind of, you know, highlight these here as a reminder because they will influence the recommendations you're about to see. Okay, next page. So 6 recommended strategies. So as we went back through and analyzed your feedback, the quantitative feedback that you had given us via the real-time polling, as well as the qualitative feedback via these tabletop exercises, our team put together these 6 actionable recommended strategies. I won't read them verbatim, but we'll go through each of the 6 and just hit the highlights on the recommendations associated with each one of them. I would say the first one is the most ambiguous, but I think it's also one of the most important. So establishing these guiding principles that really align with your priorities and is going to be fundamental going forward. This can mean different things for different communities. But what we're recommending here, and this again is based on feedback that we heard from you during the retreat, making sure that you know, the key decision makers in the town, you know, really can align on what are those basic principles that you can always go back to in the event that there's, you know, perhaps differing perspectives on development proposals as they come before you, things like that. So as an example of guiding principles that we've seen some of our other clients develop, they could include things like taking the long view, thinking regionally, developing strategically, just very basic principles that, again, though, you can kind of come back to if there's differing perspectives on key action items that the town needs to take. Recommendation number strategy number 2, streamlining internal processes. At the time of the retreat, I personally was not entirely clear if you guys had established a DRC already, a Development Review Committee, and it's since come to my attention that you probably already have one of these. Is that right?
We have a version of that, yes.
A version, okay. Okay, yeah, and so our recommendation here was really essentially at that staff level to have a Development Review Committee composed of subject matter experts from the town, everyone from kind of your engineering, planning, public works, first responders, to kind of review and thoroughly vet on a technical level, perhaps development proposals as they come before you, before it goes before the Planning Commission and the City Council.
Yeah,
Next.
that's good news. We could do some work on that. It's kind of disparate. We need to pull it together. That's a good thought.
Okay. Strategy number 3 is proactively engaging with your community, and really with an eye towards improving that public perception and really building trust, creating a robust two-way dialogue with your residents where they feel like they're heard, you're responsive to their needs, but you iterate on that over time to build that trust. And this is where I wanted to spend a good amount of our time tonight, because there were some great recommendations that came out of the retreat based on your feedback. So neighborhood chairs, something to consider that's done in other kind of more established communities is to institute a neighborhood chair program. But really at that granular kind of neighborhood block level, this is a way that we could really create a conduit between the neighborhoods and you all to make sure that those concerns are considered and addressed. I think a note here would be you guys were very, I think, smart to say, if we were to institute something like this, we also want those neighborhood chairs to be part of the solution. Like, not just come to the town council with, here's all the problems, my trash wasn't picked up or the snow wasn't plowed off the roads, but what can we do together to solve the challenges that are brought before you? I think, having a liaison with your neighborhoods and the broader community will really help to build that trust. People tend to trust those that they know and that they interact with, on a more, regular basis. And so really leveraging kind of those local community neighborhood representatives would be something we would recommend. Next recommendation. Surveys. So it sounds like you guys are already fielding surveys. We would highly recommend continuing to do so. We would put perhaps just some parameters around that. We'd recommend doing it biannually. That gives you enough frequency that you're really checking the pulse of your residents, but not so frequently that your residents get survey fatigue. We'd recommend that one of those 2 biannual surveys should include questions for like a skills inventory that matches the town's needs with the extensive expertise of your residents. I think you recently did a skills inventory, so the next one wouldn't be probably for another year. But in between the skills inventory, a survey that really just starts to kind of establish a baseline of concerns or feedback from your residents, and then you build on that year on year, would be one of our recommendations. A town hall. I think we all know this guy. Town halls are just such a great opportunity to hear directly from residents. Sorry, Mayor?
I just said the guy in the picture is a lot younger than me.
Well, we've got a good snapshot in time then. But really think that this is, a way to informally engage with your residents. It's our understanding that right now there are occasions where, maybe a town council meeting gets, a lot of energized residents will come to a town council meeting and express their concerns during the public comment period. Of course, there's a place for that, but we think outside of council meetings, having kind of this more informal dialogue would really, I think, help to build that trust. I wouldn't do it too often. These can be time intensive, but once or twice a year, and maybe you offset that with your surveying so that you can, going into a town hall, like better understand, what your residents are thinking based on a recent survey, and then kind of structure, those conversations accordingly. Next recommendation. Public relations. So we're admittedly biased as a public relations agency, but we highly recommend developing a public relations strategy that identifies opportunities to really be proactive in garnering positive media coverage, really telling the town's story. That requires consistency. It requires being very proactive instead of reactive, and developing relationship trust with your local reporters. And then digital communications. In this day and age, digital is really where it's at. It's a very cost-effective means of communicating with your residents where they're at. We see in some of our kind of fast-growing communities along the Wasatch Front that there's a whole generation of digital natives that have spent their entire lives online. And they just come to expect that they get communications that way. The beauty of digital communications is micro-targeting, with content that is specifically curated to what your audience, wants to hear. So, everything from updating your website, better utilizing your mobile app, continuing to live stream these meetings on YouTube, is all really good. You may want to consider utilizing an email marketing service for regular email newsletters. There's a lot of built-in functionality to email marketing these days where you can resend to non-openers, track your analytics, things like that. Next recommendation. Okay. So leveraging strategic partnerships. As we saw in the SWOT analysis, there were some great opportunities to enter into strategic partnerships. Councilmember Bayer, I think you made such a really good point earlier about just like the challenging geopolitical kind of, location of the town where you're straddling 2 counties, 2 UDOT regions, 2 MPOs. Like there's a lot there. And the strength, as we see it, for the town of Hideout in pursuing infrastructure investments, in pursuing those, access to the state park and things like that really hinges on the strength of your partnerships. We've listed out some of the partners that were identified during the retreat. I won't go into them for the sake of time now, but you'll see them reflected in some of the recommendations. So a recommendation here would be to identify a town intergovernmental liaison who can regularly attend county and city council meetings and represent the town in annexation negotiations. So that could be with Summit and Wasatch counties, Park City, but really kind of being that liaison and ear to the ground on behalf of the town. Next recommendation. This one, it's our understanding, is moving forward. So, working with the Wasatch Fire District in building out a temporary fire station. And then, of course, longer term, looking to the more permanent fire facilities that would be needed. Next recommendation. Okay. This one was definitely a hot topic, right? The access to the Jordanelle State Park. We recommend that the recommendation already identified in your post, your Parks Open Space and Trails Plan for purchasing land near the town roundabout and connecting it to the state park is a really great one. So we wanted to reflect that here as well. Next recommendation. High Valley Transit. This came up given the limited transit service within the town. I think I would note here, part of the conversations during the retreat also centered around whether or not there was a significant need for transit. I think there was a desire to have multimodal transportation options. Obviously, that helps with traffic congestion and environmental impacts, but then also looking to whether or not additional transit service was needed. Next recommendation. The Utah League of Cities and Towns. I would assume that the town of Hideout is a member of the league, and if not, we would recommend that you become a member. And then I think it's maybe Jan, who's identified as an appointment from the town for their Legislative Policy Committee. Their LPC is a really great way of engaging on policy on a state level in representing towns and cities' interests and needs. Mountain Land Association of Governments. So MAG has, as you all know, a rural planning organization, or RPO, which includes Wasatch County. Now, our team works regularly with MAG staff on other clients and projects. We have not reached out to them specifically on this, but as we looked at the RPO boundaries, it looked like the town of Hideout was maybe just outside of those boundaries. Okay. So would definitely recommend engaging in conversations, if we haven't already, with MAG staff about looping in the town to the RPO planning efforts.
Muriel, I attend both RPOs in Summit County and Wasatch County, so we're already covered there.
Perfect. That's great, Jan. Thank you. We can tick a few of these off the list then, huh? And then, as you all may know, the Regional Transportation Plan, which includes the elements of the RPO, was just adopted by MAG last year, which means this is a prime opportunity as the first of a 4-year process to make sure that the town's transportation infrastructure needs are reflected in the long-range regional plans. Next recommendation. I'll try and tick through these really quickly, and I'm happy to stay on for a little bit longer if you guys have questions. Similarly, MAG, not in their role as a metropolitan planning organization, but in their role as an economic development organization, also develops a SEDS. And Jan, I think you've been involved in this, so this may already be reflecting some of the work that you're currently doing. I would just note that if you have projects that align with the SEDS, that puts you at a significant advantage for federal funding through the Economic Development Administration. So a top priority, as our team understood it during the retreat, was that the town would look to pursue grant opportunities. So we're just trying to identify in some of our recommendations the government entities that can help you get those. Next recommendation. So strategy 5, cultivating these relationships of trust and really working to attract that thoughtful, responsible commercial development. I would say let's not reinvent the wheel. Using the Economic Development Committee, that you guys have already established. I think, there's probably already a lot of really great work being done through the committee to work with prospective developers and really kind of attract those that have like-minded values and priorities. So I would just say, keep doing what you're doing there, but really, I think hone in on what your priorities are there and how the committee can help attract the right type of development. Next recommendation. Okay, so last strategy, funding and financing. We've included, a lot of different options that I'm sure you guys have already kind of, thought about, but our specific recommendation here would be to develop a 5-year spending projection that covers the needed infrastructure and maintenance projects, and also your anticipated kind of growth and staffing levels. We're not finance experts, but again, we're just trying to kind of reflect some of what we had heard from you during the retreat. And I think Katie is such a great resource in helping you guys with some of your financial projections. So overall, again, we were just very honored to be part of the retreat and help to facilitate these conversations. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This recommendation would be to work with MIDA officials. It seems like that was a revenue stream for you all. Maybe there's some additional opportunities for financial investment that can come from that partnership. Grant funding. So the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget puts together a very comprehensive federal and state grant funding opportunities list. I think, Jan, you've signed up for that, so you've got your ear to the ground there. I would note that, like, right now, there is such a significant influx of federal and state funding that comes around only probably once in a generation. So I think you guys are being really smart in wanting to try and secure some of that for your community. The challenge will be to prioritize which ones you want to pursue, and then making sure that you're meeting the requirements. A lot of these grants require local matches that can be a lot of money for a small town. And then it's just, the grant writing process itself can be fairly extensive. So identifying those individuals perhaps within the town that have really great writing skills and can help write your grants.
On Friday that came up, but just meetings with.
Go ahead, Bureau, sorry.
That's okay. Another one that was brought up during the retreat is the Utah Trail Network. So I won't go into a ton of detail, but for the spine on SR 248 that was identified in your parks, open space and trails master plan, the Utah Trail Network would be a really great resource. And we can help facilitate those conversations with the UDOT employees who are overseeing that program, if that's helpful. Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation, local technical assistance programs through the MPOs like the Wasatch Front Regional Council and MAG are all great resources for grant funding as well. Another idea that came up during the retreat was this idea of creating a nonprofit called the Friends of Hideout. So that could be similar to the Community Preservation Association or the Wasatch Community Foundation, but one specific to the town of Hideout. This organization, if you set it up as a 501c3, could accept tax-deductible donations, help to pursue grant funding, and really get to facilitating that sense of community that I know you guys really want to foster. I think that might be it. Is there? Yes.
That's it.
Okay, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So council, now's your chance. If there's anything that you heard, we can certainly, as I said, we can discuss it afterwards, but if there's something specific you want to reach out to Muriel on, now's your chance.
I'm definitely interested in the Utah Trail Network, UTN, portion of the report and getting any contacts that you have there, Muriel. I mean, we know that we're in Region 2 of UDOT, and Jeff Dupay is our Region 2, primary contact. But this sounds like it's very specific to all that funding and those projects that they would be evaluating. Definitely need names of people for that.
Absolutely, happy to help there. And then just briefly, so Jeff Dupay is such a great resource, and he's a great subject matter expert. He is UDOT's Region 2 planner. The Utah Trails Network and that program is housed within UDOT's planning division at their headquarters. And so while Jeff works really closely with the individuals overseeing that program, there are different people to coordinate with there. So happy to get you in touch.
Yeah, we have no idea how to navigate through the organizational structure at UDOT. So, we just grasp at names and hope that they'll respond and help us figure out. So, yes, thank you. We could use those.
Hey, Muriel, we could use some contacts at there's some land inside of Hideout that's at the federal government, BLM types of things. So I know Jan's been making some inquiries. I've been making some, so they could help us with the, potentially, a couple of things. They can help us with open space as well as, economics. So I don't know if you have any pointers. I was looking at some of the people on that site, but we can take that offline. I'm wondering if you guys have any connections, so to speak, that we could establish some more intensive conversation.
Hey, Ralph, Muriel, before you jump in, Ralph, I think if we work with the state park manager, he'll know who to contact for Bureau of Reclamation. The state park the Bureau of Reclamation is the landowner. State park is the land manager for, all that Jordanelle area. He'll be able to put us in touch with BOR people.
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit higher than Chris, because, so in any case, yeah, that's a good start. And I think we have some, I think we may have some, but that would be a good connection, Chris. But I was thinking, I mean, some of that land is controlled by the feds, and there is an agency, and they have state appointees that are, that run that agency. And I think that's where we'd like to go to start, we can do some negotiation.
So you're looking for a political contact then, not a Bureau of Reclamation manager.
Yeah, if you look at the BLM, there's 11 states, I believe.
It's not BLM, it's BOR, Ralph. It's Bureau of Reclamation, not BLM. It's a different agency.
I'm sorry, yeah. Well, there's actually a couple there, so, but I think they're both federal, so.
Yeah, they are.
But-
We've dealt with them down in Provo, where their office is. So, yeah, I've been down there. But anyway, Ralph, I think that's where we can start. Maybe Muriel has some more ideas.
I'm happy to put you in touch with the people I know over there. I don't know if they're the right ones or at the level you want, but happy to, talk offline and see what we can do.
Yeah, if we can create a strategic partnership with them, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from Muriel? Well, Muriel, you've given us some homework.
Well,
Now
yeah,
we have-
Mayor, just one other comment. There's so much here to digest, so many great
Yes.
ideas, but we can't ever forget that this town has 10 employees and, a bunch of volunteers. So this is where I think number one, establishing the principles to guide decisions is probably as vague as it seems, on the surface. It actually might be very, very important for us to do first, establishing the principles. I mean, I know some of these things are already in flight and we're actioning them. And I think you're going to get an update later with some of the committee updates on where we are. But, we're going to have to make some really hard decisions about what to pursue and not to pursue. And we can't do everything. So we just have to figure out what we think we can deliver that has the greatest positive impact.
Agreed. And there's more here than we can do in a year. And so we gotta pick and choose amongst these thought processes to, grab the 4 or 5 that we think we can actually execute in the next fiscal year.
And knowing what resources we have as well, because if you don't have the resources, you can't do it.
Right.
You can't even do it, so.
Exactly.
We do have that survey that came back with about 12 interested people. But boy, it'd be great to match what we, our high level needs against maybe recruiting some folks.
Perfect. Yeah. And we
Staffing,
wanted to provide you with a menu of options. Obviously, this is by no means comprehensive, but it is a lot. I would note probably at least a fourth of those recommendations are already being done. And we wanted to reflect that we would recommend they continue. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot there. And yeah, hopefully, going forward, you guys can kind of identify what works best for you and then tailor it to your needs. thank you again for allowing me to present tonight. It was an honor, and I've really enjoyed working with you all, and hopefully can continue the partnership. So I'll work with Jan on any follow-up that comes from this.
Great. Thanks again, Muriel. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Take care.
We're also coming into budgeting season for 24-25. So I think we probably need to find a time where we can do a little work on these recommendations, and Jan's gonna share some more thoughts here, but if there's 2 or 3 things that we need to be thinking about budgeting for, we need to put it into our budget plan for the following year and see if we can actually fund it. So I'll take it with Jan to figure out how we're gonna digest this as a group and when we can find time to do that. So I'll take that. Jan and I will go to work on this and see how we can get you all engaged in getting it down to the critical few. If that's okay with council.
I think if there's money to be spent on worthwhile pursuits, I think we need to get that into the budget, that's for sure.
Okay, Jan, did you want to go through your write-up now?
Well, number 2 is kind of made more efficient by number 5. So I went through the RFP process, created one, got proposals for public relations. That is kind of an all-encompassing type of approach to dealing with the next steps for X Factor's recommendations. But then when you look at our procurement policy, we need council approval. So Holly has requested that we change our ordinance. It's a little cumbersome. I think what is important is that the council approve the RFPs, not that the council approve the process. So maybe we just have a discussion of next steps, or we move to number 5 and we approve the ordinance or discuss the ordinance. What would you like to do, Mayor?
Well, we gotta get public input at some point, so I will jump back to that, but yeah, the way our code reads for council's edification is that if we're going to do an RFP above a certain spend level or for certain types of services, the council has to agree for us to do an RFP. The reality is the RFP is not a particularly costly process. And so really it's more about getting direction from council and where we want to think about getting some help from the outside. Then getting some information out on that, and then coming back to council and saying, we've had three people bring forward ideas for us to consider, and this is where the council comes in. So right now, it's like, before we even go out and talk to people, and in some cases, like, it's really for unusual services. It's not so much for us getting an RFP on road repair, which is in the budget, or that kind of thing. Because we do that regularly, and then we bring the lowest cost bid or the best offer back to council for approval from a budgeting standpoint. So that's really, Polly, maybe you could explain it better than me. So right now, Jan is sort of hampered in first finding out if you want us to look outside for some help in public relations, and then come back and tell you what we found.
Yeah, I think it's easier to talk about when we look at the actual code section that we're proposing to change. But the overall concept is that the way that the code reads is that it requires council approval to issue RFPs. That's not very typical. What's typical is having just having council approve purchases that are over a certain amount. And we're suggesting 15,000 because that's what matches with another section that's already in the code, where council has to approve all purchases over 15,000. I think I didn't put it in because we weren't amending it, but I put it in the it's 11604.0D requires council to only approve purchases over 15,000. But I think for the public relations, for this specific request, Jan hasn't provided anything. I think we need to pass this ordinance and then she won't need to go to council for this matter because it'll be exempted. So do you want to do public input first, or do you want to just go to this matter and we can discuss it further?
We're kind of in it, so we might as well finish it, then I'll jump back, but, um,
So, okay.
So I just want to say that matter of the RFP language, I'm looking in Monday's packet that I received and I'm having trouble finding that. Can somebody who got Monday's packet tell me what page that's on? I don't have that hyperlink that you were showing, so now I'm wondering, do we have the latest packet?
Well,
I'm showing I received from Alicia, so I'll have to confirm.
yeah,
Yeah.
this might have you guys got everything. You got the majority of stuff Monday night, and I think Alicia, I have to go back and look at the emails, but I think that this one I had wanted to, this was something that had come up and I wanted to make sure I did it right. And so I think this went out Tuesday morning and went to the council then. But Alicia, you can probably speak better to that, or I can go back and look at the timing
Well,
of emails I received.
I'll let you bring it up, Polly. Why don't we go back to the order while you have a chance to look it up, and then when we're ready, we'll come back to it. I'll let you share.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Jan, did you want to talk about number 2 just the same?
Sure. Yeah, if you'll
So
scroll down.
Jan, why? I mean, I guess you can just update council, but if the whole idea is that this isn't going to be required for council approval, then do you want to spend time on this? Do you just, I mean, I wouldn't get it. You can give them a broad overview, but you're basically going to be asking them for permission for something that's moot.
Right,
But
exactly. So
Sorry, there's just some other language in here that she put in this package that doesn't talk about the RFP, Polly. It's just some other things that are being worked. That's all I was looking to cover.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
so we have, for
Go
some
ahead. I don't
reason,
know.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jen. I'm sorry. Am I in the
For
right
whatever
place?
reason, it doesn't let me start video, so I will just talk. We have taken some initiative to begin some of these processes, and as you are aware, Jonathan sent out a skills inventory, which is really appreciated because, yeah, we have about a 6-person full-time equivalent staff. And we really appreciate the efforts of volunteers, and we rely on volunteers. We have some great committees. And actually, it looks like I'm skipping down to
I'm just trying to figure out where you want me, so tell me where either you want to share.
go down
or-
a little bit further. I was just talking about the skills inventory that Jonathan initiated, which I think is great. It's a great place to start. We've reached out to at least 4 of the members who responded to that, and with good results. And I think we could create some new partnerships based on the X Factors recommendations. And to the extent we can bring in volunteers, I think that would be great. And we can, maximize the volunteer efforts in organization as well. So we have a lot of work to do, as you've seen from the report. And let's begin with the volunteer help. So, and then skipping back up to number 1, I think Council Member Severini has come up with a good suggestion of almost a rebrand. And in one of our Ross Creek Development Committee meetings, he threw out the jewel of the Wasatch Back. We really do have a choice opportunity. We have beautiful views. And to the extent we can start communicating the opportunities and the beauty, I think it helps in so many different ways of attracting the right kind of development, the right kind of attention to our community, and we get that message out in the public. I'm not going to speak too much on that because I know each of you is, you head committees and you've done a lot of good work. I'm not going to talk about things that you're already going to talk about. I know Chris has started this collaboration with the state park, and I'll let her speak to that. Collaborating in the region is just, I think, a great way to get change the view of the town, and we're doing that. That's really summary. I don't want to steal people's thunder. Everybody has committees that they can talk about their progress, and I think we should move on.
Okay. We talked about their progress last meeting, actually, for most of it, but it's more of, we got additional things on the list that we saw tonight. And I guess Jen gave kind of a summary of what we're working on. And now we got to take a look at those 2 and say, are any of those things that we're working on need to go away or be beefed up? And are there other things that we want to try and take on? And if so, how do we do that? I think that's really the point of what we were trying to share there, is that we're not doing nothing, but if you look at the X Factor list, there's certainly a lot more we could be doing. All right. So I said, I'll work with Jan and we will come up with a plan to take those recommendations and rate them and make decisions with your help, council, of where we want to prioritize these things. So we'll get that out to you shortly, because again, as I said, we want to get it out and thought through before the budget. So we'll come up with something for that. All right. Thanks to X Factor for their time tonight. And we're going to jump back to public input. So this is where the floor is open for any member of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda tonight. And the way you do that is a raise your hand functionality and in the Zoom, and it should be depending on where your bar is on the Zoom bar, top, bottom, left, or right, but there's a raise your hand functionality on the
We also
Direction
tell
bar.
people how to do that if they're attending by phone as well.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any, oh, there's one phone tonight, so that's *6 if you're on the phone, want to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anything to raise hands, so I'll close public input. Oh, Chris?
Sorry, I was a late hand raise on my part. Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to get an update. I had reported the trash situation in Deer Springs along that development in phase 2A. I mean, it was appalling. I was shocking, the amount of trash. It was, I've never seen a trash pile like that on any development site in Hideout. Can you update? Do you know what the current status is there? And also, how do we avoid that? I know that it's not near any homes, although it is probably upwind from some. And I don't know what happened with the trash over the weekend, but can you give us an update on how the town plans to, avoid or prevent that situation from happening again?
Yeah, certainly. Sorry, there's a background noise. So that never should have happened in the first place. That's way beyond acceptable. Our rules require everything to be contained. There are no trash piles. Okay, it has to be in containers. How we missed that is probably due to, the primary team that's doing those inspections are also driving trucks and plowing snow. And when we don't have snow, they're catching up on sleep. And so I truly believe, Chris, that it got away from them. I've talked with the developer. I think I sent you a note to that effect. I talked with Homes. I told them it's unacceptable. They have been cited as well, and serve them with a $500 fine, which obviously is insignificant compared to the mess, but does get the message out. And
Is it 500 a day or some kind of?
Yes.
Okay, 500 a
Yeah.
day, good.
So, but we did, given the quantity, they were given a couple of days to get it together. I haven't personally been up there this week. I should do that, and I will. But Dan and his guys are up there, and making sure that they're moving in the right direction. And PT has committed to not let that happen again. So I will ensure that our engineering team, public works team is making daily pass-throughs of these major sites to make sure that, because that should have been observed and it wasn't. So, and we don't plow up there, so that's part of the problem. Whereas we do go up and Soaring Hawk, and so they get a lot more help from us than 2A does, because that's not one of our town roads. So, but we recognize, thanks for sending those pictures, by the way, I was shocked. I expected a lot better from them, but, so we'll be up there regularly now to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Okay,
for
thanks.
bringing it.
Yeah, as you know,
Thank you.
we do participate in the annual Jordanelle area cleanup, and we had a tremendous response last June, I think it was, and got a lot of people in the community involved in cleaning up. A lot of people from Hideout showed up. So I hope one day we don't have to keep doing that, but I know that we will obviously need to do a big cleanup day again this year, just picking up trash that has blown around from construction sites.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it happens everywhere. I mean, there's trash on every road everywhere, so unfortunately, it still has to get done. And it's a great project that we do, and it does make a difference. And yeah, but I'm afraid we still have to, even with policing our construction sites, there'll still be trash, so it's great that the community cares enough to get out there and do it.
Speaking of which, I'd probably just ask you, any updates on what the pictures I sent to you? Which
Yes.
were sent to me by
Yes,
a
yes.
resident.
Oh, yeah,
Resident,
sure.
so-
On that one, yeah,
I
so,
don't think she's here, so she.
you know, we had a builder put a crane in place without a crane permit, which is against our code, so they're being cited as well. They've committed to repairing all the damages. We gave them two choices, which is really one choice, which is do something now and then come back when it's warm enough to do it right. And they understand that. So, we will be reinforcing at our, before every build, there is a pre-build construction meeting with the builder, and his primary subs, and we go through, the work hours and the noise requirements and, all that kind of stuff. And we will reinforce the fact that you cannot just set up crane.
A big one.
You have to have a permit. If you're blocking the road, we have rules for all that. And, these guys just lose control. So we're on top of it. They've been cited, and they are working on the repairs, so.
Yeah, there was another huge crane over by by the circle as well on Longview. Also causing some blockage of so if that's the law, they should have.
They have to have a
certainly
permit.
permit.
They have to have a permit, and if they're blocking the road, in any way that would keep a vehicle from getting by, then they have to have a flag person out there to
Neither one
manage that.
did. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
and you have to, in one of them, you're driving under the crane.
yeah, which we should be doing.
Okay,
So we have to, unfortunately, as I've said, we have 4 guys, 5 now, we have a new employee, thank goodness. So we have 5 guys in Public Works, but they can't be everywhere at once, so it helps to get word from that into town, so we can get out there and get it captured and get those guys to behave. Because no matter what we tell them, we still continue to have folks tend to not have the patience to follow the process.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah. Brett. Hang on, I'll get you, there you go.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I know, on that particular topic, I know it was, almost 2.5 years ago now when we started our construction. I tried to have the pre-construction meeting as required. And the town folks got me in touch with the Public Works, and they told me there's no meeting needed. So hopefully that's changed by now. But that's what I was told as a resident building a home 2.5 years ago, was that they didn't really want to have a meeting with me. I tried to initiate it. So that's, and then
Sorry to hear
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble on anything. I think just what I observe. I also watched one of the Public Works trucks drive by the crane that was, out into the road up by Forevermore Court on Longview. And there wasn't any snow. They weren't busy plowing, but they were driving to check for snow and things like that. And he actually had to drive up onto the side of the little golf cart path thing there to get around the crane, and didn't stop and do anything. He just drove right by. So that was, so I think there's maybe some encouragement on the Public Works folks to, when they're not busy, throughout the night and they've been plowing all night. I get that, but this was a day where they weren't plowing and they were doing their rounds and kind of drove right by a crane that was, he had to drive off the road to get around it. So just some encouragement there of what we see.
I will, I'll take the message forward. That's not our expectation at all. The team has been trained to, not just get from place to place, but observe on the way. It's a great opportunity for them to see what we see as residents. And so we're working hard on that, and apparently the message didn't get through, so I will reinforce that with the team. I have a call with Public Works tomorrow, and we'll get that on the list.
Hey, Mayor, do we have enough code enforcement officers? I know Public Works is listed, but do we have enough Because if they're so busy, and I know they are with, snow removal and other concerns, especially in the winter, do we have enough code enforcement officers? Can we look at who our code enforcement officers are in our next meeting and just see if we need to make any adjustments?
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
There's never enough. So, because they can't be everywhere at once. So, we have to figure out if we can fund a full-time person to do that. When winter is over, we do a much better coverage because the guys are not working all night. But during winter, we get pretty lean on that. But I'll get a review from code enforcement for next.
Yeah,
month.
because if they're so busy, maybe someone else in the office or some other designated code enforcement officer can actually deliver the citation instead of Public Works, just in case they can report it while they're driving around, but they don't have time to write it up or do the administrative work. Perhaps someone else can handle that.
Yeah. Great thought, Chris. Thanks. All right. I don't see any more hands. And so I'm gonna close public input. Thanks for everybody's comments, very helpful. And we're gonna jump to item 3 on the agenda, which is the funding needs for the temporary fire station. So we got the drawings actually today for the site layout. We have the building guy that the chief identified, finalizing his pieces of the plan, which we expect to have shortly. We have, with Carrie's help, we have a pretty solid list of costs that we want to try and cover. The total need comes out to be about $150,000 for our fundraising effort. We will be sharing that list with you, hopefully after tomorrow's fire station meeting. We'll have a good sense of where it's all at, and then we'll kick off a program to reach out to the community, not just Hideout, but the whole SR 248 corridor, and look for assistance from folks. As I mentioned before, there are people ready to write us checks to get it going. Jan is registered as a fundraising person, so we covered that requirement. We have a third party already approved fundraising firm to help us with that. So we're hoping to kick it off for March 1st, but it looks more like March 15th. It's because the building guy the fire district identified has been a little slow to get everything in place. And that's a quick summary for that. Item 4 is, we hit on this last time. This is cleanup project. And Polly and the staff have been working hard on this. There are a number of things in here that, that need to be basically cleaned up, because we've got things in different places that have to be standardized, or we've got, some things that are typo or things that we have changed via, ordinance and have to get into the code. So Polly, I'll let you.
Yeah, so we have two kind of straight ordinance things, and then the long one is the one that you saw last week that Thomas will take you through with his updated staff report, but that's part of the public hearing portion. But so the two things that are being changed in this ordinance, one is that we found that in our code, it said that we had to post ordinances in the newspaper, and we were changing something else, and I saw that and looked everywhere in our code for newspaper. Obviously, that's outdated. It's not required by state law anymore. Therefore, I'm suggesting that we repeal this whole section, because I've double checked and it all it's just basically verbatim of what the state code was back 10 years ago. And so, and in any case, the state code has been updated, so it's out of date. So I'm just suggesting that you take the whole section out because it's already dictated by state law. And this, by taking it all out, it just means that we're bound by state law. And in doing that, if the state law is changed, we'll be complying with it. So that's number one. And what that section that I'm removing, it just is basically what the state code says about ordinances, resolutions. And then the second one was
Sorry,
one,
Polly, sorry, where does it say that we, instead of all this, that we're just gonna follow the state code?
it's just that's the de facto. Is if we don't have anything in our ordinance in this, then the state code controls.
Okay,
Along that line, it seems to me that is there a downside to if we delete this to adding something that says something along the lines of, the town shall follow state code XYZ 123 with respect to ordinances, resolutions, and procedures?
I guess the downside is that if those sections change, the numbering changes in the state code, then we're going to again be out of sync with them and we have to pay attention. I mean, the fact is that there's a lot of stuff in the state code we're obligated to follow it by law. So if we don't have something specific, the more restrictive always applies. And if we just leave it blank, then if we just don't refer to it, then when you're looking at ordinance and resolution requirements, you look to the state code. Likewise, for noticing, for example, I mean, the state went through this crazy convoluted noticing updates in last year. And there's no reason to codify it or even suggest that we look to it, because unless we want to be more restrictive, because it just seems like it's changing all the time.
Because I'd almost like to see something that says state code XYZ as amended from time to time, because my fear is if we essentially neuter ourselves with this, I don't want to see a legal challenge to something that we enact. And I don't want to see argument number one, on X date, the town deleted its own authority. And that's what I'm seeking to avoid. But if you're confident that that's wholly unnecessary, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that that's necessary because we already are obligated to follow the state code. It's always, the state code is always going to supersede us unless we're more restrictive. I don't think we would be challenged. We would go to this, if we don't follow the state code, then someone could challenge us, I guess. I get what they could challenge us, but since we are following the state code, I don't think we need to say we're following the state code because we're obligated to follow the state code.
okay. And the
And
second thing you want, Polly?
Yeah, so the second thing we wanted to just change, and again, I just thought it was simpler to just take it out. Clearly, you need to have, it's required that you have pay your license fee. And I just took out the whole reference to it, since you would go to the fee schedule. And actually, Alicia has had this on her, to fix this for a long time, because it's puts a fee of $50 in our code, but our fee schedule actually requires $83.
Well, I'm all for having a single source of fees, and the fee schedule being the document and referring people to the fee schedule for all the various things that we charge fees for. And not having to go in and change 17 passages of code because we put it in 2 places. So I support that for sure. Questions for Polly?
The whereases don't seem to match what's being, completely match what's being repealed. Is there language somewhere that talks about RFPs?
This is the section. We're not talking about the RFPs yet. That's a separate ordinance. So
Then
this
why is it in the whereas for this ordinance?
Whereas here for this, Polly?
Did I have one for the oh, I'm sorry. It was going to be in there. So yes, that last whereas can be removed. My apologies.
Okay, I'm just trying to follow. So yes, good. If you're going to remove that, we'll talk about that on the another one. That's perfect.
Yeah, my apologies. Originally, I was going to put it in
Mhm.
this ordinance, and then I didn't have time to edit that one in time for Monday night. And so I just wanted to get it to you as quickly as possible. So my apologies.
Yep. No worries. Well, Mayor will just strike it and we'll include that in the motion.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Okay, good pickup, Chris. Thank you.
I actually have no, I think it's great. Simpler is better. Right, Polly?
Yeah.
We reference things when we need to reference them in one place. And if there is a municipal code at the state level that's driving or noticing requirements, we just follow that and we don't even mention it in our local ordinance. So I'm good with that. I appreciated Jonathan's question though. I thought that discussion was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no further questions.
I actually have one, Mayor, if I
Okay.
can ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this an appropriate time to discuss section 1.16.060 exemption to competitive bidding requirements? Or is that going to come up later? Because I have issues with A and C here.
For 116, why don't we talk about that when we talk about the purchasing? There is a separate ordinance for that we were going to discuss in 116. Well, yeah, we're gonna talk about that next, I think.
Terrific. Just want to make sure we get a chance to discuss it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This will come
And
back.
that's not part of this ordinance, correct?
That's not part of this ordinance, no.
We're very focused on removing language.
Right. This ordinance is only removing language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I need a motion to approve an ordinance amending sections of the Hideout Code to match state requirements and to put fees in the fee schedule. As discussed tonight, removing the final whereas from this document.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, I'm having really trouble tonight with names, and I apologize. So, Ralph, how do you vote on this one?
Yes.
Okay, Jonathan,
Based on Polly's legal advice, yes.
okay, Bob,
Yes.
thank you, and Chris.
Yes.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Bob, Ralph, Jonathan. Okay, so that one is that one. With this new struggling with Adobe has changed where everything is. I apologize. They do it to make you miserable, as you know. So, my bad. Okay, so the next one is the one that we're just talking about, so we'll try again, Polly, and see if we can't explain this in a. Did you find what you need to to look at? Should I stop the share and let you share?
So Chris was asking about this. It looked like at 9:12 on Tuesday morning, an updated version 2 packet was sent. The original packet was sent out Monday night around 6:15. So that's the version that we're looking at that has this section in it.
Well, I don't have it up, so unless you have it up, Paul, I can share, I'll take it
It's in
out.
your packet.
I know it is, I
You-
just have to go look for
Did it
I was
come
hoping-
from Alicia?
Yeah,
And when was it? On Tuesday?
Tuesday morning at like 9:12,
I don't have it.
9:14 a.m. Oh,
I don't have it. I
No.
don't have that email. I don't know why I don't have it, but I don't have an email.
no,
from Alicia for
apologies.
Tuesday.
It looks like Alicia may have, oh no,
Maybe she sent it, but I just don't have it.
no, it looks
Didn't
like
receive it.
maybe there was just a Scrivener's error. It looks like she just sent it to me, Thomas, and Jan by accident.
I think I did, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
And so as a result, I haven't had a chance to look at this.
And none of us have seen it, so.
Yeah.
Where-
Can it wait till the next meeting and we can move on to business we've had a chance to review, or how should we handle this?
I think it's up.
I just did.
I'm sending it to you right now, Mayor. At least the whole.
You can-
It's,
Well, it should be in your packet. I
we've
saw it
actually
tonight.
discussed it quite a bit.
What? Because I'm looking at the package you sent me tonight. And there's only 4 documents in. Town council meeting, which is what we're looking at. Deer Springs nightly rentals, and third amendment to Deer Springs. Those are the 4 things you sent.
Mayor, I just forwarded you that packet she sent on Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
I actually picked up tonight's document off the town's website, under government, agendas and minutes, and that's where I picked it up. So that's where I have what I think we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, amending chapter 116.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
we could, maybe it would make sense to,
I sent you tonight. It was in the packet that I sent you.
Well, if we're looking at it, it's not coming up, so. I don't know
Okay.
what I'm doing wrong, but
Cause I sent you version 2, right?
yeah, and that's what I have open. I'm sorry,
It's okay, can you pull it up?
yeah. I'm working on it, I'm just not sharing it right now because everything's wide open.
Oh,
So,
gotcha.
trying to get to a share that I can,
I'm really sorry. That was.
to get there.
that
No,
was
you know,
me.
that's, Alicia, that's okay. We're not pointing blame, but then it goes back to Polly to the question of noticing, right?
Well, this is exactly what I shared, it's not in
Right, exactly, that what was noticed.
well, it was noticed and it was in the actual packet. It was in the updated packet, so it sounds like the public had access to it because Commissioner Gunn was able to get it. It's just unfortunately that Alicia just sent it to the wrong people, and that happens,
I-
right?
Yeah, I can, this is what we were looking at before. So unless, and you told me, probably, we looked at it before, you said it was the wrong package.
The one that says
So-
section 2,
I'm a little confused.
the one I
So,
have with
just
it
pull up
in
the
it.
packet, please.
This is version 2, that's what we've been looking at.
Okay, and it should be in that one.
Yeah, if you click on, it's page 43. There we go.
And we looked at this before and you said you didn't, this one did not cite the prior language. And we were gonna cite the prior language. I thought that's what we were looking for.
This
So
is all of
what
their-
it was that I did not put in, and I'll have to, I will just send you, I cited to, so it's in 40. And this is 116.040. and I will send this to you right now, but what the other actual code section says, it's not in the ordinance because this part of the code is not changing. So it wasn't appropriate to put it into the actual ordinance. But in our code currently, under 116.040, purchase approval requirements. A, purchases up to $1,500 may be authorized and must have the approval of the town clerk. B, purchases of up to $5,000 may be authorized and must have approval of the town engineer or town administrator. C, purchases up to $15,000 may be authorized and must have approval of the mayor. D, purchases over $15,000 may be authorized and must have the approval of the town council. So what I suggested in this ordinance was two things. One was changing, I'm kind of going backwards from the lines, but changing it to, it used to be $10,000, where it says the town council shall approve all requests for proposals. So I took that out because that's not typical. And that's kind of, I think it's going to bog things down if you guys have to approve every request for approval. I think it's a policy question. There's no legal requirement that the town council approve requests for proposals, and delegate to staff to put together requests for proposals for certain work to be done. But you do have to approve the award of contracts for professional services exceeding, and I'm putting $15,000 because that matches 116.040. So that's why I increased the 10,000 to 15,000, because those two didn't match. If you want to keep it 10,000, then I would suggest that we amend 040 so that there's consistency within your code internally.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that we moved my approval level to 15,000 because of inflationary factors, a lot of things are going over 10,000 that have to do with just maintaining the town.
Correct. We did that in November.
Leases, etc.
Yeah. But didn't we raise that for the purchase of some vehicles? Wasn't that the reason?
For a number of things, Chris, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We did, and so if we want to go back to 10,000, then you guys get to help me a lot more. So this is, I guess what we're probably saying is, if we have to go to you for RFP and just to get information to bring back to you to show you what these things are going to cost, then it's going to slow down our ability to respond to needs.
Mhm.
And so I'm not sure why, since we're not authorizing any spend with an RFP, we're simply getting feedback from vendors of what they would charge us to do certain works. Then we would then come to council and say, for those things that are above the authorization limits and need council approval and are not in the budget, then we would come to you and say, okay, we have a need to do this. It's not budgeted. We've got 3 bids. It's $17,600. You approve the spend. That's really what we're trying to do here. So Jonathan, I know you had issues, so please bring them up.
Sure, I'm perfectly okay. I don't think the council needs to approve a request for proposals, and I'm solidly behind changing that. I do have issues with 1.16.060 A and C. Is this a good time for me to raise those?
Yeah.
So I personally believe the competitive bidding process is very valuable. I think it holds costs down. It avoids potential for the town to be gouged. And so I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that we would not see competitive bidding for most things. And if you look at A, 1.16.060A, it says contracts by their nature are not adapted to award by competitive bidding. I can think of very few things, and I disagree with the premise that such as contracts for additions to and repairs and maintenance of equipment owned by the town. I'm betting there are multiple vendors that could do that well. And so I'm a little uncomfortable with just throwing somebody some business. And so I would like to see that language changed to be consistent with, generally speaking, the town should seek competitive bids whenever possible. Obviously, there are some single source sources and suppliers, in which case you can't get it from anybody else, and I'm okay with that. So that's my problem with A. Under C, I'm totally confused by this. In the case of actual emergency, the head of any department may purchase directly any supplies, no limit on amount, whose immediate procurement is essential to prevent delays in the work of the department. Well, any delay, a 1 minute delay, a 1 day delay, a 1 year delay, and which may virtually affect the life, health, or convenience of any employee or citizen. I've got some real qualms about that. I think in a case of an actual emergency, a real emergency, which threatens the health or safety or the structures of the town, I don't have a problem, with purchasing whatever emergency supplies are necessary, but not for the purposes of avoiding convenience.
Yeah, I
So
think
those are,
that's. Go ahead, Bob.
I was going to say, those are very valid concerns. What I would suggest to the council is that in April, when we'll have a little bit more lead time, we re-examine the whole chapter. This fix was kind of like, oh, we need to fix this because we're having some RFPs, and otherwise we're going to need to get council to approve them, such as the public relations. So it was kind of a quick fix, but I would recommend that I bring back the entire chapter of purchasing, and we can, having that input is very valuable. And I will look at some other language that's more consistent with, those are very typical concepts, but you're right, when you look at it closely, they're overly broad. So I can come up with some language that's more tailored to what the intent of those are, which I think, as you said, if there's only one person who can repair this one type of elevator, you just are going to go to them. We don't need to go through the rigmarole. Likewise, if there's an emergency, we want to do that. But then, and I think it's also better to look at the whole thing holistically, and there might be some other changes that we want to make.
Yeah, the other one I'd stick in there, Polly, is that the state does a fairly thorough competitive bidding process for a lot of the things that municipalities use. And the state has approved vendors, and it's my understanding that by using the state vendors, you basically have used the competitive bidding process.
That is
So,
correct. I thought that was in there. I'll make sure that we have that exemption, because that's correct. We don't have to go through, that's auctions and state procurement are exceptions to sealed bidding, and those should be in there as well.
Hey, Polly, I've got a question, not a question, maybe just a comment on this. You, in the last two readings, you mentioned typical like 2 or 3, maybe 4 times. I don't know what typical means to you. Typical means something to me, but I think if we're gonna make some changes and it's based upon typicality or something, then what are those typical, what are those references that we're using here as being typical? So if it's Park City or Heber, I'd like to know as a council person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can put that in context. I mean, when I talk about, there's state procurement rules that we are not bound by, but it gives a good framework. So that's part of the typicality. And also, in reviewing the other three towns that I work with, as well as, being familiar with Park City's procurement and having reviewed procurement rules. That's what I kind of am relying on, and looking at league kind of templates for procurement policies. So a lot of you guys have your procurement in your code. A lot of towns have it separately, just as a policy. Since it's already in the code, let's leave it in the code. But I can put that in context when we talk about it next month or whenever
So,
I see it.
Yeah, so if we're doing that to Jonathan's points, because he made some comments here, so if we're, what are we comparing against apples and oranges there? Who are key comparisons, particularly for areas that we might have questions on?
I just think in a true emergency, we should not have obstacles to protecting the town from flowing sewage or burning gas or whatever it is. But for the most part, I think competitive bidding or the use of the state preferred vendor website, whatever that is, I think that's fine. But the competitive bidding process protects us and the taxpayers in a lot of ways. And I would like to see us use that whenever it's practicable.
yeah, I think the word convenience we're not doing emergency purchases because it's inconvenient for someone. We do it because there's a risk to public safety. Right? And that's really what we're, really what we're looking at in these emergencies, in my opinion. So.
I agree.
And then, Polly, the other thing is, since you mentioned it, Cameron and Jan have been working hard on a policy manual.
Yep.
And there is a purchasing policy in there, so we better overlap and make sure we're not setting ourselves up to undo another ordinance to undo the fact that we have it in two places.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I just spent some time reading it and sharing my feedback to both of them, so I'm familiar with the fact that it's in there. So. That aside, do we want to adjust the requirement for RFP approval by council tonight and then do the rest of the stuff next month? Or do you just want to push it all?
I would personally suggest that we fix the RFP thing in it all by itself tonight and then push everything else off. But we haven't heard from the rest of the council members on that yet. I don't know if I'm an island or the whole party.
Well, I mean, eventually, if we get a motion out of it, then we'll test it, but let's get anybody have an issue with just trying to fix the RFP thing tonight?
Not really.
So do we have to write an ordinance on the fly then?
No, we have an ordinance in front of
Okay.
you.
So
We're
where does it
not
mention?
changing these other words, because that's what, if we don't do anything, these words continue to exist today. And
So
tomorrow.
if you scroll down a little bit more, Mayor, it shows
Yeah.
the area so there's the language that is being proposed to be amended. So it's taking out the requirement that council shall approve all requests for proposals, but it keeps it in that you will approve the award of contracts exceeding, and then it bumps it from 10,000 to 15,000 to match the other internal section.
Okay, so that would be the only section. All the other stuff would be struck from this ordinance that as we're looking at it.
There's nothing else. Everything else stays the same.
And this is the only thing we're voting on.
Yeah, this is the only thing we're voting on is the red lines in this document. Everything else doesn't change, and if we don't vote on it, everything else, the whole thing doesn't change. So.
Okay, I agree with Jonathan. We think we should take action on we don't want to get in the way of staff, trying to issue RFPs.
Let's not make things more difficult.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay,
And I think we've already been practicing the $15,000.
We
So
have.
I'm okay. I'm okay making it official in this ordinance. We should do that.
so, Polly, so unfortunately, we kept the title as the old one. I don't know that that's right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, do we have to make one on the fly? Because it just didn't quite match, but all right, so
Sorry.
we'll fix that, fix the title as well.
So yeah, it should just say an ordinance amending, you can just say 116,060 to remove council approval of RFPs and increase the amount to 15 to remove internal inconsistencies. Or I guess you could just say to amend 1.16060 for the title. My apologies on that.
I'm just making a note. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve an ordinance to, modify section 1-16,060 to remove council approval for an RFP request and to raise the limit of council approval to $15,000, spend, above $15,000 spend.
Also, subject to the modification.
Right. Okay, Ralph, is the motion? Second,
I'll second that.
thank you, Jonathan. All right, Chris,
Yes,
okay, Bob,
Yes.
you, Jonathan,
Yes,
and Ralph. Yes, thank you. Okay, thanks, guys and gals. All right, so that takes care of the agenda items. We now have public hearing items. We have two items continued from prior meeting, well, multiple items continued, but, the first two items are, have to do with a potential development that is, at the request of the developer, and has asked us to continue to a date certain of April 11th at 6 p.m. So we will be doing that with your approval. Do I need a motion for that, Polly?
Yes,
Continue.
please. Yes, please.
All right, so we'll do the first part of this. I would need a motion to continue items 1 and 2 associated with the Bloom development to continue to a date certain of April 11th.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. Second,
second,
thank you, Chris. Okay, Jonathan,
yes,
Bob,
Yes.
thank you, Chris,
yes,
Ralph. Yes. Thank you. So Bloom is continued to April 11th, as we know it to be at the moment. Okay. The next one is kind of meaty, so let's get into it. There's a new version of that MDA that you just saw today. So we'll have to talk about that, the changes that came from that, because that came to us late. But, start with Thomas,
Sure.
if you're still with us.
I am.
Let's
All right.
go through your your staff report, if you would.
Thanks, Mayor. So, as the mayor noted, this is a proposal for a third amendment to the Deer Springs MDA. This is the MDA that was originally signed back on August 6th of 2018. There have been two subsequent amendments to the MDA, primarily dealing with phasing and some project commitments to the community, et cetera. Those were passed in 2020 and 2022. This proposed third amendment would be to allow for nightly rentals in phases 2B, 4, and 8. It originally included 2A. You'll see that that is in the staff report. The applicants verbally committed to taking 2A out of the proposal at the Planning Commission meeting on the 26th. And so the proposal is for 2B, 4, and 8. What the Planning Commission heard was 2A, 2B, 4, and 8. If you scroll down a little bit, I've got some language in here relative to short-term rentals. We do have a little bit of language in our code. We never did adopt a short-term rental overlay. That was generally put on hold to kind of see what would happen in terms of Nate's resubmittal, because at the time we thought we had to do an overlay to help accommodate and work with him, but state law changed and the request can be made as part of an MDA, which would serve as the de facto zoning for that area. We don't have to have it on our ordinance. And so that process was put on hold. We do allow nightly rentals in claim. That was a negotiated agreement as part of their MDA and between the town and the HOA. And Deer Springs Phase 1 also does have nightly rentals. Just as a reminder, there was a plat note that was included in that one. And so that one does allow for nightly rentals, but none of the subsequent phases do, hence the request. You could scroll up a little bit, Mayor. We do have some basic ordinance language relative to nightly rentals, just to ensure that they get licensed, et cetera, and that we have regulatory authority over them, but it's pretty de minimis language. You could scroll down a little bit more and I'll get to the applicant's proposed third amendment for this MDA. So again, it was initially for phases 2A and 2B, as well as 4 and 8. 2A and 2B, it is worth noting, are already platted. No changes would be proposed to any of the lots, the sizes, configuration, anything like that. It would just be to allow nightly rentals, short-term rentals as a use. Phases 4 and phase 8 have not received final subdivision approval. So if they are considered as part of this MDA amendment, we would be waiting to see exactly what those subdivisions, what those lots look like. The numbers as far as units would not change pursuant to what's being proposed tonight. Phase 8 was the initial presentation by the applicants, probably maybe a year ago, maybe a little less, a little more. I kind of forget actually, but that was originally proposed kind of as a testing opportunity for nightly rentals. In phase 8, the proposal at the time was that it would switch out from townhouses to cottage units. It's on the other side of the Jordan L. Parkway, the upslope side on the west side of the Jordan L. Parkway. And there was general support at the Planning Commission early on when that was presented for that area, but there were some concerns with regard to the other phases because they're part of an existing community, existing fabric. So the proposal, again, is for 2B, phase 2B and 4. And if phase 8 were also included in that, the applicant has committed to including some workforce housing, a commercial pad, a clubhouse, and a community center as part of that commitment and allowance. That commitment to do the project as short-term rentals in the allowance for and also his commitment to affordable units. If you scroll up, Mayor, if anybody had a question with regard, if you scroll down, sorry, if anybody had a question, you could see phase 8 is at the very bottom there. Keep in mind, north is pointing to the left. And so that is on the west side of the Jordan L. Parkway. If you scroll a little further, Mayor.
Let's just take a second and see that it's 2B and 4, which are the areas that connect from phase 1 all the way up through.
That's right. It's worth noting again, phase 1 has nightly rentals. 2B and 2A are along kind of the Spine Road, Bellevue Way, and Ascent Drive that connect Shoreline through this development up to the Jordan L. Parkway, where it intersects Jordan L. Parkway right there, just above that number 8. So there is what you see here is an economic analysis that was originally completed by Lewis Young Robertson in Birmingham. That analysis was reviewed by Rob Sant, our financial advisor, and Rob is here tonight to walk us through this table. But I think, Mayor, you received an updated table that Rob had prepared that is maybe it's a little bit easier to read, and Rob can walk you through that, but you may want to throw that table up for Rob's discussion.
Oh yeah, I have to share those. Sorry, I'm looking at it on my screen. I have to change my share. I'm sorry.
You're good. And Rob, he's here. Yeah. Okay.
So Rob, I have 2 Excels. I'm not sure which one you want me to open first.
Well, it should be one that's Deer Springs nightly rental benefit analysis.
Let's see. This one is benefit analysis. So let me skip this to share. Get Zoom to allow me to share. Share screen. Well, they're both called nightly rental benefit analysis, so I don't know. I'll put it up. You tell me if this is the right one. It's the easiest way to do it.
Nope, that's just for phase 8.
That's just for phasing. Okay, thank you.
I think that's the same one.
Didn't mean to. But it is the same one. What am I doing now? Share screen. I've got. Oh, it moved sides when I shared it. All right. Sorry. I think this is it.
Perfect. Yep. So just a few things to note on this one. So what this Excel model looks at is just the sales tax that would come from. So there's 3 types of sales tax that's produced by your nightly rentals. You have your general sales tax. Because you're in a MIDA area, you're allowed to charge resort community tax. And then also Hideout charges a 1% transient room tax. This doesn't look at the property tax, and the reason why we didn't include the property tax or the franchise tax is that will basically be the same if it's a nightly rental or if it's not a nightly rental. In some cities, it would be different given the primary residential exemption that is on primary residences, but the majority of the residential development, about 60% in the MIDA zone is secondary homes and it's fully taxed. So we aren't looking at property tax. So all of these numbers assume that you're going to approve the nightly rentals. So if you don't approve the nightly rentals, then all these numbers would just be 0. So we're really going off of 0 as kind of that. If we don't approve nightly rentals, that's the revenue that we would receive. And feel free to ask any questions as we get into this. So the current revenues, if you go back up to the top table. So we looked at 3 different occupancies. We looked at a 50% occupancy. We looked at a 70% occupancy, which is, according to the Kim C. Gardner Institute, that's kind of the average short-term rental occupancy throughout the state. And then we also looked at an 80% occupancy. I would assume that year 1, year 2, before the Mayflower is open, before some of these major resorts are open, before there's commercial space, you're probably going to be closer to that 50% occupancy. But as some of those tourist things are established in close proximity to Hideout, then I would guess that your occupancy would be closer to that 70%. So how the current MIDA agreement works, and this is that graph that says the MIDA Hideout area tax allocation distribution. We're just going to look at the development fund split. So that second column. So you'll see the resort community tax and the sales tax. So this is all the yellow ones. The top yellow, the light yellow, and then the medium yellow. Those go into what's called the development fund. And those revenues have to be spent on project area improvements that are either in the MIDA area or directly benefit the MIDA area. So you can't use those funds to pay for anything that your general fund would pay for. It has to be project area improvements. And then how that gets split is it's 100% collection. MIDA carves 10% right off the top of all these different funds to pay for administration. So that remaining 90%, 30% would go to Nate or any developer in the MIDA area that they get based off of infrastructure that they've already expended. So it would be a rebate off of qualified expenses that the developer would have to take towards MIDA. And then the other remaining 70% gets split 50-50. So 35% would go to Hideout that you as a town council could decide what you want to spend that money on. And then the remaining 50% would go to MIDA that they could use for their funds. In the whole kind of wide MIDA area throughout Wasatch County, they're basically using all of that 50% to pay for the bonding they did for the Mayflower. They've let us know that they don't need the Hideout money to pay for that bond. So that's just something to note. Any questions on that?
How did you come to the 40-year number? Why not 30? Why not 50? Is there something?
So the state is in charge of MIDA. So it's a code, 63. I don't remember the exact code reference, but it's in the code where for MIDA area, they get a 25-year period where they get all these funds. And then if the board decides to, they could amend that for an additional 15-year period. And what we've heard from the MIDA board is they plan on taking 40 years. They have a lot of bonds that they needed for the Mayflower. So we're anticipating that you'll receive this revenue for that 40-year period. The other thing that we would just note, the TRT tax, if you go over to that third part of the graph, the municipal revenue, the dark blue ones. So this would be your, we're going to ignore the property tax. That's that top dark blue one. But then the transient room tax, we're just going to focus on that. So you get 100% after the admin. So 90% of the transient room tax that is generated off of any hotel or any nightly rental within Hideout. And that money, according to your interlocal agreement with MIDA, you have to pay for any typical municipal service that you would do in Hideout, you'd have to also do in MIDA. But then anything that's left over after you provide those municipal services, you could spend as you'd like as a town. So that could go towards your general fund or could be used for anything that you would like. So no matter what, as we get into these tables, just know that regardless of the MIDA agreement, you will get the TRT tax will stay the same. So if you want to scroll back over to A, oh yeah, there you go. So we have column C, column D, and column E. So column C assumes that you approve nightly rentals and you get your 50% share of the resort tax and the sales tax. And so if that's the case, then you would receive $3.5 million over a 40-year period. So your annual benefit would be just a little less than $90,000 a year. However, Nate has informed staff that if he gets approval of these nightly rentals, he's willing to give his 30% of the resort community tax and sales tax to Hideout. So if it's approved, you'll get that 65%, which is $6.6 million, or a difference of $3 million over 40 years. So that bumps up your annual benefit to $166,000 a year. And again, currently, according to the MIDA agreement, those funds have to go towards project area improvements in the MIDA area. Then, in speaking with MIDA, this was about a year and a half ago, they told us that if Nate and any developer was willing to kind of waive that 30%, since MIDA doesn't necessarily need those revenues to fund the Mayflower bonds, they would also entertain giving their 35% portion of the resort community tax and sales tax to MIDA as well. And so that would bump up at 50% occupancy the revenue to $10.2 million, or about $255,000 annually for that 40-year period. It should also be noted that when we originally talked to MIDA, they also said that they would be willing to amend the agreement and basically take those top two boxes from the development fund and move them over to the municipal services fund. So that means that not only would you have that additional $6 million over what you would receive without amending the agreement, you could also use that for general fund purposes. Then finally, in F, this shows what that transient room tax benefit would be. And again, as I noted earlier, that benefit, no matter what you decide, is 90%, or the total amount will always go to you and to the town for municipal services. So at 50% occupancy, that number is 6.4 million basically, or a benefit of $160,000. So of annual benefit. So you're looking at about anywhere from $240,000 of a benefit that you would receive by approving nightly rentals, up to about $400,000.
Does
And
this assume that
go ahead.
Does this assume that all of these units within these areas are going to be 100% nightly rental, and that there'll be no longer term occupants?
So we've assumed, I'm not sure what their units are in each phase. We've assumed 58 units in phase 2, 27 in phase 4, and 31 in phase 8 will be nightly rental.
Thomas, you can jump in on that. Is that every unit in those phases?
Give me 1 second. I'm doing the math real quickly. Give me just 1 second.
While he's doing the math, really, if you approve nightly rentals, column C is kind of not relevant, because Nate's basically said if you approve nightly rentals, you'll get column D. So there's not really a scenario that you approve nightly rentals. I guess the only scenario would be that MIDA tells you, no, you can't amend the agreement. But if you approve nightly rentals, your starting point would be that $6.6 million.
So Rob, what is the process? Thanks for all this. You always do a great job of explaining the spreadsheets and drawing the diagrams. Appreciate it. Do you know what that process on the amendment? I mean, does it have to be simultaneous to anything? Does it have to precede or post-seed?
I briefly spoke about it with Jan, and I would say my opinion would be, before you commit to anything, that you either have that amendment in place, or at least you're pretty secure that MIDA would still be willing to make that amendment, just because, the big benefit of approving that nightly rentals is getting that additional 30% revenue. But when we spoke with them last time, and Jan, correct me if I'm wrong, they basically said that we would need to talk to council, and then he would present it to the board and they would vote for approval. So I think it's a pretty simple process. The board does meet quarterly, so that would be the only hang up is we would just need to make sure, when their next meeting is, but I don't think it would be an overly difficult process. They just kind of told us that they would be willing to amend the agreement if Nate was okay with amending the agreement.
And does all this go into writing as part of and all we have here is the MDA change, so to speak, so.
Yeah, so
we would,
you currently have an interlocal agreement with MIDA that
Yeah.
goes over all this and tells you how the revenue split and the timing and everything. So you would have not only the amended MDA, but you would also have an amended interlocal agreement with MIDA.
Yeah, I think that goes back to 2019, if I remember
Correct.
correctly, so.
Yep. Yep.
so Ralph, Jan has been talking with MIDA, they're still supportive of this, and they basically said if the developer wants to do it, you're welcome to it. They don't care, and they'll support it, and so, yes, we would have to write language, in this, development agreement, I would say it was contingent on, MIDA's amending our agreement to ensure that the funds that are being offered are actually available. Something to that effect, so I would, and those guys would work on that. So-
Yeah, I'd have an MOU or an LOI or just something that we know it's not legally binding, but it at least tells us that both parties will do it, pending the next public hearing or the next, board meeting for MIDA. And then that's your base. So 50%. And then, from there, if you got up to 70%, then I'll just summarize the benefit, right? You'd be about anywhere from $450,000 of an annual benefit up to about 600,000. And then if you got up to 80% occupancy, you'd be north of 500,000 would be your low point, up to about 650,000 a year.
But those numbers assume 100%
Correct.
term occupancy, right?
Correct.
So I guess
if I don't know, Thomas, you could answer that. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it looks like it assumed, all of phase 4 with the 24 townhouses in phase 4, not the 3 single family unit or lots in phase 4. It assumed all 31 cottages in phase 8. And it looks like that was 50, you said 58, I think, units for phase 2, right, Rob? And I think phase 2A and phase 2B have a total of 74 units. So it was not all of the units there. It looks like some of that there was a reduction.
I guess I'd like to hear from the developer and try to understand what percentage will be dedicated to nightly rentals and what percentage won't, because we have to, if I understand the math, and please, this is not my thing. If I understand the math right, we'd have to reduce these numbers by the percentage of non-nightly rentals. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, if it's based on 58 units and there's only 40 units in a thing, we'd have to redo the numbers based on 40 units as opposed to 58, yes.
We cannot assume that all of the units will be in the nightly rental pool. There will be some owners who will live there.
Mhm.
Maybe rent out occasionally, maybe never rent out. It really depends on market conditions and who's buying what, but I just think the numbers are inflated because we made assumptions that are really questionable about the number of nightly rentals and then their percent of occupancy. So I would like us to, estimate on the lower side, be a little more conservative here with the analysis. Then the other part is, I don't know. I really don't see clearly how we could use our revenues from that are development fund to develop, to be able to, add infrastructure or whatever that would benefit the project area. That would, it feels like we as a town, we need these revenues to be available, for our municipal services fund and our general fund. That's where we're spending all the money, and we need the most. This is what we're trying to bolster is our revenues so that we can spend those in those ways. So I really think that we've got to get some kind of a agreement with MIDA that they're, willing to amend our original agreement from, I guess it's 2019. Sounds like it could be right. I'm actually very happy to hear that Nate's willing to, giving his 30% is fantastic. That's certainly sweetens the idea.
So while you're talking, Councilmember Chris, I updated those numbers and reduced it to 50% of the units.
Okay.
So you don't see this, so I'll go slow. But if you do that,
Rob, if you want to share your spreadsheet, you can.
That'd be great. We can see the model at work.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
There it is.
Could you enlarge it a little bit?
Yep.
Thank you.
So 50%. So now we're assuming 50% of the units will be short-term rentals and 50% occupancy. So you will, again, for the purposes of this discussion, let's just ignore column C because we know for sure that we'll receive Nate's 30% because he's already told us that. So now between the TRT tax and the 65%, you're at $196,000 a year. It should also be noted to what Chris said too. Currently, if the MIDA agreement wouldn't be amended to move those funds over into the municipal services, you would have $96,000 a year that would go to the municipal services for the TRT, and then the other $100,000 would have to be spent on project area improvements, which could be trails, parks. It's pretty broad what you could use that money for.
Thomas, is the Ross Creek area and the areas we're hoping to attract some development, is that within the MIDA zone such that we would be able to use those funds for that project?
It is. Our property is in the MIDA area. It actually stretches down that little peninsula that is our property.
So that area would qualify for use of these funds then?
That's right. Whether, as Rob noted, for infrastructure, maybe trail, sidewalks, what improvements, infrastructure.
Anything that benefits the project area, and that would include, appropriate retail as well, so.
I would believe so. Yep. And that's something that you could discuss with MIDA.
Does anybody have a real definition of what benefits a project area means?
We have a map, Thomas.
You mean what it means to benefit the project area, what that actually means? I would defer to Rob. I'm not exactly sure. It's a little bit, my understanding of that is it's a little bit loose.
Let me pull up the code real quick.
It's fairly nebulous. They have, anything that helps make the experience of being in the project area better for the folks that are using the project area. So if we were to put in amenities that provided both revenue for the town and a service to the project area, for example, the availability of paddle boards, fat tire bikes, whatever, that would more than likely they would be comfortable with that as a benefit to the community or a benefit to the project area, because it's amenities that their constituents can use because they're open to the public. If we were to put in parks, trails, pickleball courts, whatever, they've already said that those kinds of things qualify. If we want to buy land to do those things, that would qualify according to them. So
this,
we have to go through the process, but
they're using MIDA's using all of their funds to build the Mayflower, right? Which is commercial use. So, but according to, this is in 63H-1-502. It lists what the allowable uses of property tax allocation and other MIDA funds are. And it says that you could use them to pay for all or part of the development of land within the project area, including assisting with the ongoing operation of a development or facility within the project area, to pay the cost of the installation and construction of public infrastructure and improvements within the project area, or to pay for the cost of construction of public infrastructure and improvements outside the MIDA area if the MIDA board determines that those improvements would benefit the project area. So yeah, so you could also spend it outside of MIDA on public infrastructure and public improvements, as long as MIDA board said that it benefits that project area. So really within the project area, any development cost, you could use those funds for that.
So these numbers, I mean, they're fairly impressive. Yet we have a number of areas now that are open to nightly rentals. And I'm kind of wondering, I mean, do we receive revenue now, and how much do we receive per property within the nightly rental area? Because what I'd like to do is, I mean, these are very attractive numbers, even at the 50% occupancy, but we currently have nightly rentals, and how many of those, and you know, how much per house, for example, do we actually see?
We're only really seeing transient room tax, Jonathan, with where we have today. We don't have the MIDA portion turned over to us that is being reflected in this model. So I think I sent a note out to council with the current numbers, although they're doing some work on those. It's fairly small because A, it's a small number of units. I've asked for them to tell me how many units. I haven't got that back yet. And B, it's basically TRT. So
I'm just trying to benchmark, you know, what can we
so
expect
the
for structure?
TRT number is, you know, it's 1% of the rental fees. So it's pretty small right now. But it's also a small number of units. So I'm trying to get that for you. I think I put that in my note that we're working on that. So we'll have a better sense of what's generating funds right now, but it's not, I mean, it's not, claim doesn't have a lot going yet on that. And I'm not sure how many in the 2A, you know, they're all allowed for that.
One concern I have is you know, that Sky Ridge is nightly rentals, and all the, you know, all the Mayflower, Deer Valley, East Village is nightly. So to me, there, you know, I certainly agree with both of you guys. We need to consider the lower end of this, because they might go first, you know, and there's a lot of units over there, not only in Sky Ridge, there's a massive number of units going up over in you know, in Deer Valley, East Village. So I certainly want to err on the conservative side, but like Jonathan, you were saying, these are still good numbers if we get to them. And then is contingent upon what is the developer, Nate, gonna throw in the 10 acre feet with another 10 acre feet at 50%. Is that contingent on all three phases being approved here that we're looking at in the spreadsheet?
Nate's on the
Yeah.
line. He can jump in.
If you're on, Nate, maybe we can ask you directly, because I have a couple of questions for you. That would be one of them, and I'll follow up with another one. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I see now.
So, yeah, I mean, that's always from the beginning, that's been the case, that it was contingent upon even 2A, but we've taken that completely off. And so But I'd say, yeah, 2B, 4, and 8, we'd want to get those approved.
So that's a package deal on those, so to
Yeah.
speak, to get, I just want to make sure I understand that. And can you share with me why you're doing this? You know, I mean, is this because of the competitive nature of the other, I mean, have sales slowed where you need to be more competitive? Can you give me, I mean, let's take everything out of the money for a second and I know that's contingent on everything, but why are you doing this?
Yeah, that's completely why sales have slowed, and you have a lot more buyers with the nightly rental pool.
Fair enough. That's kind of what I thought. So I'm sure. Thanks for being straightforward on that.
Yeah. Let me just clarify one thing. So in phase 1 or 2A, there's 50 units. In phase 2B, since we took out 2A, there's 24. And so phase 2 is going to get skewed a little bit down now that we took out 2A. I think he ran the numbers. I think he ran the numbers at 44, and we have 24 now. And in 30 or in 8, I'm still trying to get up to 35 cottages, and we have those numbers at 31. And so there's a chance to gain 4 more there if this happens, but we'd still be off by roughly 20 to 24.
So, yeah, we work those numbers, but.
So my follow-up question on being straight on why what's the rate drop of sales right now that you're experiencing? I had the opportunity to go look at both Deer Valley East and Sage Hen, which is right in the Skyridge area, which seems to be selling reasonably well. So I mean, is it because this development is at kind of the tail end of that, so to speak?
Well, I believe those developments do have nightly rentals.
They do, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it does make a big difference. We have 17 townhomes going. We would have liked to have started 8 to 10, 11 more, but just sales have been slow, and we have 12 of those under contract. None have closed, and to be honest, I'm just the developer. I don't really have anything to do with homes. So I'm totally embarrassed when I heard how messy the subdivision was. I all over those guys. I mean, I can't believe it, but so I don't know much about sales. I don't get the weekly reports or anything like that. They close more lots with me in a timely manner. We make more money with MIDA the faster we build. And so, that's my goal.
Yeah, since the sellers, are not here, but it does, I know I've talked to, few brokers so far who, are in the area that's competing against this. And it does increase the amount of speculators that come in, so to speak. So, there are some other issues that we bring into the community, from our original premise of no nightly rentals, which certainly some, but I have to give you credit for, working around that issue by not taking any more, I guess, contracts in areas that, you make nightly rentals. Is that correct?
Yeah. And, to be honest, this was kind of a mistake on my part when I brought this property into the town of Hideout, because Claim, I think, was just a little bit after me. And they have nightly rentals just because they put it in their development agreement. I don't have it in because I didn't put it in. You guys were all for, you guys weren't against it, I don't think, at that time, because Claim was approved. I just left it out by mistake. Not a problem. I mean, it's not a problem, but at the time, if I would have put it in my development agreement, we wouldn't even be here today. But it's done. And so,
Yeah. And I remember some of that history, Nate,
yeah.
but thanks for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Just let me make a, sorry, I see some hands raised. We will have a public input section coming up, but I'm letting the council go through their process first. So just be patient, those of you who have hands up.
So I want to clarify something. I guess it's the big elephant in the room. There are some of us that are very concerned about changing the rules on people midstream. And it is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm in any way wrong, but there are no pending contracts and there are no closed properties in the 3 areas 2B, 4, and 8. Is that accurate?
That's exactly right.
Okay, because that is in my view, my personal view, a big deal. I'm very uncomfortable changing the rules on people in midstream, but if there's nobody who's under contract and nobody who has closed, that creates a whole different picture in my mind. So thank you for clarifying that, because that is really important to my vote.
Well, and that's exactly why. So I went to the planning commission to do 2A, and we heard from several prospective buyers that have contracts in 2A, and they said they were not told about nightly rentals. Now, Holmes disagrees, so there's some confusion, but instead of fighting with everyone and going back and forth, I just said, just take out 2A. I mean, and so, because I wouldn't want, if I was buying a home, I would not want to be surprised with the developer coming in and trying to do that. And so I just took it completely off the table. It's off the table. And if you look in the new development agreement that we have, I talked to a few of the people that have contracts there, and their big concern was we don't want someone to come back in 6 months and try to do this again. And so we put in the development agreement that us as the developer would never bring 2A back to the town for nightly rentals.
I respect that. I think that was a great thing to do. It certainly clears the decks of some ugly problems. So
yeah, and that's not what we're about. That's not what I want to do. Now, if they were told, then it's a different story. But they said they weren't told, and they all say they weren't told. And so it's not like one person saying it. So yeah, so we should have done something in writing but we didn't. And so I just took it completely out, and I thought that was the honorable thing to do for them and myself. So
I think it is.
Thanks.
I'm concerned with the same thing. Fundamentally, I couldn't even consider this as a vote if that wasn't cleared up. But I'm also considering the fact that, and this is fundamentally, because I'm definitely want to increase our economic ability to gain more money into the town. Fundamentally, though, there's another issue, and that is we, really created a town for a large part on non-nightly rentals. And phase 1, and I was there, kind of got that by an error by the town. And
That wasn't an error.
I don't think so.
We talked about it and we approved it.
Well, I thought there was a plat signing that occurred.
No, we went back and forth, but we went back and forth with Polly on that plat at least. I mean, PT was the main guy at Holmes, but I think we did it at least 10 times back and forth with Polly on the plat. So I don't think it was just.
But that was not the original intention, as far as I know. I mean, it may be signed correctly, but let's not, come out with some words that are gonna make that what we approved, because I was on the planning board at that point in time. So I don't think that was the intention. So I'm not gonna argue that one anyway. Phase 1 is phase 1. My point that I was gonna make here was that 70% of the folks that voted in the survey said they did not want nightly rentals in town. That's 7-3. That's a very large number. Now, I am all for the economics, leading the economic development committee, but I'm also concerned about what our town residents want. And clearly that was a substantial number of people who voted overwhelmingly in favor of not having nightly rentals. Now, in our economic development, we are trying to subdivide or create divisions in the town, either through annexation, like we did with yours, and another piece of property where we're really segmenting those nightly rentals. And I think that's the proper way to do this. My concern is that, other than phase 8, which, and I didn't attend the planning board meeting, but, I listened to the entire, tape. And, they approved phase 8. Or at least that's the way I interpreted it. So I'm having a struggle with, phase 2 and phase 4, which are in the center of the property. How can you help, create an environment that's gonna maintain some separateness if we do vote in your favor? So does that make sense, Nate?
Hey, Ralph, can I field that question? So if you'll look on the map, phase 2 is on the main road, right? That's where the traffic goes. That's where people will be driving off of Jordanelle Parkway. It's going to get activity. There's always going to be activity on that road. It's not a dead end. It's not a, cul-de-sac. It's the artery. It is, in fact, one of the reasons that I was so in favor of annexing this in to begin with, because it would give us that connectivity in town from the edge of the original boundaries of the town up to the Jordanelle Parkway. And that was even before the Jordanelle Parkway was put in, because, we had the vision of wanting to be connected in such a way. And in fact, we are now connected there. That is our main road. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
I think, that's the main reason I was annexed in, is because of the connectivity.
Yeah, exactly, Nate.
Yeah,
And because that property was, frankly, kind of an eyesore.
Yeah.
Anyway, in its quote unquote natural state, it really was quite ugly. And I actually think that the end product that we're going to get after it's fully developed is going to look really great, right? With the park and the landscaping and the, and the different types of structures that are going to be built, and it's going to be a great addition to the community. So Ralph, I am actually personally quite comfortable allowing nightly rentals on that road through phase 1 into phase 2, and of course phase 8, because it is on the other side of Jordanelle Parkway, and it is kind of bound by what can be developed there with the power lines, et cetera. And it's I'm quite comfortable with that. It's the phase 4 part. It looked, and Thomas, maybe you can explain to me where the road, it looks like there's a loop road, right? Is that right?
Yes.
That phase 4 would come off of the main road after you make the left turn. Then there's there's like a loop, and then does it come back into the main road?
Yes.
Or does. It's
okay,
kind
great.
of a horseshoe. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a horseshoe right off the main road, not, it also in close proximity, and not where the traffic is going to go, I guess. They're not going to go through 4, they're going to go through 2B and up the hill and connect. So I think because of the proximity of these areas to each other and the fact the way the roads are going to be connected, I actually feel quite comfortable making these nightly rentals. And, for a long time I struggled with, we're just continuing to perpetuate the problem of, speculative investors coming in here, buying for cash, and then it's a bunch of nightly rentals, et cetera. Where are all of the people, where's the workforce going to live? But I've just recently in my own head reconciled the fact that, well, the workforce is not going to live here. We're too close to the Deer Valley expansion. We're part of the Mayflower project. So we're not going to be able to solve that problem, I don't think.
Chris, I have 1,000 acres right next to Park City that we could put as many housing units as they wanted for low income or workforce housing. I mean,
there you go.
They know it. And
great,
they know
thanks,
it.
Nate. And that's what we need. We need that, but we're not going to solve that here in Hideout. So I'm personally, having seen the numbers that Rob have just adjusted in the model and having this discussion, it feels like, we of course want to try to renegotiate with MITA if that's even possible, but it feels like, we've been talking about needing new revenue sources, and here we are. We have a new revenue source. And as far as livability, yeah, Ralph, I'm worried about, how loud it might be if there was some kind of rowdy party next door, or, down the street. Those are things I don't know how we can control people's behavior besides having laws, noise ordinances and keeping people from parking on the street, like parking on that main road. We really gonna have to enforce that. No parking along the roadway. If you're rented one of these places, you're gonna have to be able to use, the driveways only, and we're gonna have to figure that out. But I think, we have to consider this as a positive for the bottom line of the town.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with anything that you said, Chris. I mean, I think you articulated that well. I'm just thinking that, how do we protect the folks, again, that may have bought into B from, say, nightly rentals in 4 or adjoining 2A. So I just wanted to hear from Nate as to what he sees as, how he's creating the separate environment to some extent, so that, the buyers who initially came in at 1.5 as single family and 2B, kind of get, I'm sorry, not 1, but 5 and 2B get somewhat protected based upon the residences that they're buying, but, so I'm trying to think through this from, how we can separate some of that. I think there is some natural separation. But yeah, I mean, the numbers do help the town, and I think that's what we're trying to look for.
Yeah.
In all kinds of situations, and I like the idea that we get some opportunities to take on, water rights. I think that's gonna be critical for the town. So
Yeah.
Nate, can you share anything else about how you're maintaining some, geographical separateness between 2A or between 2A and 4? I'm sorry, is it
Significant topography between, 2A and 4, just the height of them. They're two different elevations. So I know that.
I wish I knew what it was. I don't, but, yeah, I just don't know what that is. Yeah, I mean, that's a hard question because I don't know. I mean, you guys have your, the city rules about nightly rentals. You have to have, I think you have to have a management company manage it. They have to be within 30 minutes of the development. So there is things in place to make sure that people are in line. Now, that doesn't mean they will be, but you run the risk of having a bad neighbor that buys next to you and they have a kid that wants to play his guitar or drums or things like that. And so you just I don't know how you police everything. You just have to stay on top of it. I'd guess. I mean,
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to be, as this gets rolled out, we're gonna have to do a little education kind of program, and as part of the licensing program, I think we have to give them some written reminders and remind them that this is a privilege, not a right, and and if they are subject to fine, and I think that'll help at least keep people in line. I mean, nothing's going to be 100%, but I think if we are proactive, I think that will help somewhat.
and I think maybe we could have Polly and the Holmes' attorney draft up a document that has to be signed by these potential buyers in 2B and 4, so they know exactly the rules, and they know the rules. I mean, that could be something that could be done.
Mhm. Yeah.
That makes sense. And I think, the one thing I wish we had done this all at once at one time, like you were saying, Nate. I think that would have made more sense, given the fact that the entire Jordanelle Parkway is gonna be nightly rentals. And that goes all the way into, Retreat at Jordanelle and that area as well. So it's just too bad we didn't do it that way to begin with, because I don't think we'd have some of the, potential, comments we're gonna get, so.
Rob, is there any chance you could do another spreadsheet, but assume that that half the owners, let's say, and I'm not a financial forecaster in any stretch of the imagination, but let's say half the owners decided to rent 25% of the time. Any chance we could get a look at what those numbers look like? Because I just don't think every buyer is going to rent it out 100% of the time. And so, and I don't know what I don't know if there are some benchmarks, that would be great. If there's some existing data, way better than my guesstimation, but I just think we're looking at numbers that are not going to materialize. And I just want to be realistic about our expectations here.
Yep. Yeah, I could. The good thing about the model that I build is it's really manipulative. So you could play around with different occupancies and nightly rental units and stuff like that. So that's definitely something I could do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to introduce like maybe a controversial thought. If we could go back to the map again. From a town perspective, given that the other, and this is really just devil's advocate, kind of just a thought. What would be the impact if the entire subdivision was nightly rentals? Now let that sit for a second. The reason I say that, I know I'm keen on that park that's in phase 3 to be built. We've been waiting for a while.
Yeah.
And, it's an important public amenity, dog park, playground and some green space. But what would be the downside if the entire, and I know that's not what Nate's asking for, but I'm just asking this question to the city is, wouldn't this be beneficial for us to make the entire subdivision nightly rentals? It is separated from the Hideout Canyon MDA area. We do have a park entrance in between, and we are hoping to develop the Hideout, that parcel that Nate donated to the town, that's at the Ross Creek entrance, into something with some kind of commercial component. So what would be the impact if you guys could just think about that?
Well, my view right there is 5, 6, and 7 are all single family homes. So there's less rentals for one thing. And they're less, you're more likely to rent a townhome, for instance, than you would. I don't know the numbers on that, Chris, yeah, but I'm guessing, I'm speculating too on that. And also I have talked fairly extensively with a number of brokers as to what tends to rent, what doesn't. But, Rob, if you have better numbers on that, those splits between, what rents first, what doesn't. And then maybe we can, the other piece is, nightly rentals. And this is separated, so that's a really good thing. And going to your point, I was thinking the same thing. We should have done this to begin with, as all nightly rentals, because the whole area into Deer Valley East Village is gonna be that way. So, on the other hand, you sold some units now where, with promising that it wasn't gonna be nightly rentals, and that's something that we have to contend with in terms of splitting this out.
Yeah, I know we talked about 2A already and being off the table. I guess I'm thinking of everything except 2A, which is off the table.
Would you guys consider taking 4, because 2A would maybe, I don't know how they're affected, but maybe you have to hear from some of the people who have contracts, but maybe taking 4 off the table and putting in 3. I know at one time we talked about not doing 3 because it's so close to the park. we didn't want people that weren't part of the park or part of the development using the park as much. But I think you're gonna, if you're there and you have kids, you're gonna walk down to the park. But I mean, that's an option, or that's a thought.
Yeah. Right. That is, I know you're, so yeah, I guess I'm kind of introducing modification to what you're requesting,
Yeah.
but looking for more nightly rental revenue for the town without overly impacting, and we're not impacting anyone at this point except for 2A who have not closed yet, but 2A, there are some contracts there, but the rest of it is still green, what do you call it, that undeveloped.
Yeah,
So
Greenfield.
Greenfield, thank you.
Chris, I like your thought process. I think we could use the revenue. I think Rob's model is pretty adaptable to add numbers of units. I think we can use different rental rates for single family homes versus townhouses. As a VRBO or type user, I mean, we rent when our ski group goes skiing, we rent homes. Typically 3-bedroom homes, 3-bedroom, 3-bath homes. So I know people do rent homes.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, yeah.
I'm sure it's a different rate. But those numbers are available to us from the real estate community.
Yeah.
We can get that data.
Yeah.
And add to our models. If you want to look at the impact of expanding, it's gonna be fairly significant. Although the most density is in the areas we're talking about. So
Well, isn't 2A the most dense, or am I wrong?
2A and 3 are two that are really the bigger areas.
Yeah, 2A is the biggest.
So if we could shift into the MDA, I'm sorry, Mayor, did you have
No, that's
something?
it. Go ahead. Sorry, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. So just shift to the MDA. I noticed that it expires in 2033. And just, these are language things, I think, because I think in principle, we're on the same page. If the amendment goes away in 10 years, I want to make sure that the assignment of the developer's rights and hopefully Midas rights survive the expiration of that agreement. And I'd like to see some language making that really, really clear. I would not like to see, some question about whether or not those rights remain with the town after 2033. And then some language clearly stating that, all of these short-term rentals shall be subject to the ongoing regulations of the town as amended from time to time, provided we don't, make it impossible or flatly prohibit them. And then obviously contingent, I think the mayor already raised this issue, but contingent on MIDA's approval. Those are things I'd like to see get worked into the MDA, and I figure if I raise them now, they're more likely to get in there. But I'd like to hear from Nate. I think we're pretty much on the same page with those, but
Yeah, I talked to Polly this afternoon about that. Going past the 10 years, I didn't even think about that, and that's not an issue at all. And then we've already changed the MDA to state that the city's codes.
okay, terrific. I kind of thought we were on the same page, but I just want to make sure we.
Yep.
Nate, what is phase 7 expected? What is your time frame for completion on the last phase? Roughly.
I mean, to be honest, I think that, if we were to get the nightly rentals approved, I'd like to start 8 this year if possible, and then jump down to 3. Because I have 70 townhomes. There's really no reason to bring on another 40 townhomes or whatever. But 8 would be those cottages, and so those are individual homes. So I think we'd start 8 now. Single family, I bet we'd either go to 7 or 5, and that's a call that Homes has to make for the single family.
Let me ask a question. If as Chris has suggested, we just kind of make it all subject to nightly rentals, and by all I mean in areas where nobody's got a contract and nobody's a current owner. how, in your mind, does that change the deal? Does that change what you're prepared to perhaps offer to the town, or, I mean, how does that change the equation for you?
I only have permission to do what is on the table today. My partners are Larry Miller's family and Homes. And so I'd have to go back and talk to them, but I can only tell you what is on the table today is what I have permission to do.
Understood. Fair
And I
enough.
think, I mean, it makes sense that they'd be willing, when I say they, us, be willing to do more. Yeah. I really would like to hear some of the contracts in phase 2A on how they feel about it. Because I'm as a developer and I'm fine with it. But there may be a few that aren't. So let's, yeah. I did talk to, so I had, after the last meeting, I think last week with the council, you guys asked me to reach out to anyone that had written a letter. And so I called Alicia. I said, hey, can you give me the phone numbers or emails? And she couldn't. And so she sent out an email a couple days ago just asking if you guys are concerned. I don't know what it said, but if you're concerned, Nate Brockman would like to talk to you about the letter you wrote. And so I had two people reach out. One was Ted and Laura. And I think they were the most vocal at the planning commission meeting also. So, and I think they're both on the line tonight. But we had a good conversation, and they have valid points, and I think I hope I made a valid point, and so, but yeah, I'd like, I want to hear from them, and I guess, and see what they have to say when we get to the public part of this. But
Yeah, I'm primarily suggesting that we do that in areas where there is no contract and there
Yeah.
is no closed deal, because
Yeah.
it just gets incredibly thorny and difficult to change the rules on people. And I'm not sure there's any of us that are comfortable with that, to be
no, and
honest.
I am 100% not comfortable doing 2A because I gave my word. But the other ones, if you guys are okay with it and we hear from the public and they're not completely against it, then I mean, I'm all for that. It just helps sales, so.
Yeah, maybe if you could talk to your partners and see, how
Yeah.
they feel about it, and perhaps that sweetens the deal for the town, perhaps not, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't ask the question.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And Nate, can you help me on one thing so 2A would be off the table at this point because obviously you've got some contracts in there. But it looks like there is a couple of townhomes that extend from the 2A project into 2B that are they part of the same building?
No,
Okay.
that's a duplex. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's a different elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it right there. It almost looks
Yeah.
like they're part of the same building.
Yeah, it goes from a fourplex to a duplex there.
Gotcha.
Okay. Other questions from council? At the moment, then let's see who has comments from the community. Give me a second, get my list up. Okay, so if we have some hands up, I'm gonna open it up for some public input. Brett, you're up.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to follow the numbers. There's been some dynamic changes at the request of council that Rob's been kind of putting up there, and they're all, they're fairly significant when you look at these, but I've started to kind of cut some of the math, and I start cutting that down, dividing by 40 years, dividing by both. I believe we're at roughly 700 built homes in Hideout today. If I remember my numbers right, somewhere around 2,000 is kind of the 2,000 doors is kind of the expected fully built out Hideout. And these start getting to some pretty small numbers on a per home per year basis. So while we're talking in the millions over 40 years, I'd want to kind of probably talk with Rob some more to understand some of the math, but I'm getting numbers that are no more than $300 per home per year. and maybe even down into about $86 per home per year. So while the financial incentive is pretty big when we look at these big numbers over 40 years, which I don't know that any of us will still be here in 40 years, it's not that much on an annual basis to individual homeowners. So I think we need to consider that. I think also, much like Councilmember Gunn was alluding to in my interpretation, was that 50% occupancy is a pretty lofty goal, I think, for these, especially once Mayflower gets built out. We're not near the resorts in Park City. We're not near Mayflower. There's going to be a lot of units that are a heck of a lot closer. I'm curious what parts of claim are done, and that's had nightly rentals since the beginning. I'm curious what the rental rates are on that, if they're even close to any of these numbers. I doubt it. I don't have that data, but just my gut feel is probably not. So I think we really need to take a closer look and say, while the numbers look big on the way they've been presented, I would ask to have numbers presented on a per home today and a per home fully built out hideout. Now, I know that doesn't take into account allocation because there's vastly different values in different homes, but that's doing a simple average. That brings it down into like, what's my impact today? And this is not additional taxes we'll have to pay. This is the opportunity to potentially reduce taxes that we were already all planning to pay. So I think we'd have to also consider, this will probably take a code enforcement officer on itself. If these are in the 50 or 70% occupancy rates year round, we'll need a full-time code enforcement officer, I think, for just that area. So that's probably $120,000 a year right there. So that takes almost 50% of some of these numbers off the table just in a code enforcement officer and administrative duties dealing with these things. So I think that's a big aspect too. I think if 2A were not already had some contracts in place, Nate had not already given his word, that would not be in. I think Councilmember Bear's idea of having the whole area, all phases, because it's so isolated, could be a potential, but I don't think that's really a possibility now, because that would be kind of changing the rules on some people there. I continue to be in favor, like I voiced at the last meeting and at the Planning Commission meeting, that possibly phase 8 only is there. Could be nightly rentals. It's very separated. That road separates it significantly. The elevation separates it significantly. I think the assertion that this was a mistake, that Nate hadn't put it in his MDA and he would have gotten it had he put it in there, as compared to claim, is not accurate. I think that's a huge assumption. It's very different than claim. Had he put it in for all of it, maybe. But I don't think just what he's asking for now would have been approved had that been in the MDA. So I think that's an overstatement there. And I just urge council to really look at this on a per home, per year number and not get so enticed by the 7-figure numbers, because it drops down to 2- and 3-figure numbers very quickly when we look at it on that basis. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Edward Kim, let's get you on here. You have your hand up. You should be able to.
Hi, yeah, okay, I'm unmuted here. Hey, so I'm a buyer in contract in 2A, and Nate and I got off to the wrong foot at the Planning Commission meeting. We had a contentious meeting at that time. And I will say, he has reached out to me and we spoke, and I very much appreciate that he's taken 2A off the table. And we talked about how could we ensure that 2A never comes up again as a, it seems quite easy for the town to just amend the MDA. And it sounds to me that he's taking some measures now to ensure that, that's not going to happen to us and we're not going to have the rug pulled out from under us. So I appreciate that. As I look at the map, frankly, the only subdivision that worries me is phase 4, because that's directly downhill from our units. And, I think there's some possibility we could get noise from those units if they have party houses or whatever. So frankly, I'd rather see phase 3 or any other phase be nightly rentals other than phase 4 for what it's worth. But I will say that somebody mentioned the retreat at Jornell as being a shining example of what, Deer Springs could be. I was an owner at the retreat. I bought in 2020, just before COVID. And the unit next to mine, I was in a duplex, was sold and converted into a short-term rental. And I dumped my place 6 months later because of the noise issues, and because we had a constant inflow of people coming in and out, and so I would not look at the retreat as being a great example of what a community could be, because it was a community that I intended to be my long-term home, and I ended up leaving. And what I've become convinced of is that you can't have attached homes, full-time residents coexisting in attached homes with nightly rentals. It just doesn't work. The noise issues, the congestion, the people coming in and out, it destroys the community feeling. And if you look at the turnover in the retreat in the last 2 or 3 years, you would see that most people who live there, frankly, have left. And if that's what you want, that's what you'll get here at Deer Springs. But in any event, I just want to say that Nate has been very accommodating for us, and we appreciate it. And so, in my view, as long as 2A is off the table completely, I don't have an issue with the other phases, but I prefer for phase 4 not to be on the table as well.
Thank you, sir. Laura.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like Edward, who is my new neighbor, I really appreciate Nate reaching out to us and us being able to have a civilized conversation, and his efforts to, make things right for us. That said, you mentioned that you did a town survey and 70% of the residents were against short-term rentals. So I don't understand why Chris brought up the idea of turning the whole development into short-term rentals. Part of the reason that we were against it initially was, we wanted to have a sense of community. I'm okay with, Nate's proposal to do 2B, and quite honestly, I'd rather have 3 than 4, as Edward mentioned. But to have the whole development be nothing but a transient community, I'm not down with that. I think, maybe some folks are getting blinded by the money signs. But yeah, also have to consider the quality of life and what Hideout is supposed to be. And, regardless if it's detached from everywhere else, there's still people that this was our price point. This is what we could afford. This is where we plan, to live our retirement life. And so to just be amongst nothing but nightly rentals is very disheartening.
Thank you, ma'am. That's very, very well stated. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So we're we'll make a comment now, then Brett's hands up again. I'll let you speak one more time, Brett, on this, but it's important that the community understand that, I think Brett mentioned the 2,000 homes, that the 2,000 homes that are yet to be built, some 400 of those are uphill, above SR 248, and another 400 or so are below. Of the, remaining in the shoreline extent, in the shoreline development, other phases. And then there's some single families as well. All of those come with extra demands on the town to do its basic work. So it's road clearing, it's road maintenance, it's water and sewer, storm drain, it's It's all the infrastructure stuff that has to be done. And unfortunately, those are coming with the expectation, and more than just the expectation, with the requirement that the town manage those services. So our cost structure is going to increase. Yes, there'll be more homes to share it across, but it's going to increase. We're going to have to hire multiple public works folks. We're going to need additional vehicles. Going to be more staff required. We probably will have to have a full-time enforcement officer, et cetera, et cetera. So, the 5-year view or 10-year view of this town cost structure, we're currently operating around $2 million a year for the town. That's going to double or triple over time. And so, we are challenged as your elected leadership to look at revenue options for the town. So we're looking at revenue options for the town. And that's what we have to do. So it's the planning commission's job is to talk about, do the requested needs meet the town planning code? We have to look at the fiscal stuff as well. And so that's why we're doing this. And that's why we'll continue to do this, because we've got, and I live here too. And so if we don't generate some revenue other ways, then we're looking at, year over year over year, taxes going up. Because that's the only mechanism we have to gain funds to do the things I just mentioned if we don't have revenue sources. So that's our challenge. So I'm not saying yes for this or no for this or anything else. I'm just saying that's what we've got to do as a council, is try and make the best decision we can for the balance of the community, as far as how we're going to extract revenue, either from your pockets directly or from, other mechanisms. So that's our interesting challenge. All right, Brett, you've got your hand up again, so go ahead.
Thanks, Phil. I had meant to echo the comment because I think it's important. It was mentioned by, I think, Mr. Severini during part of the council's discussion, and then re-mentioned by one of the other public commenters about I think it was a 2022 survey where 60, I can't read the graph exactly, 60, I'll call it 65% of residents were not interested in any additional nightly rentals. That's pretty overwhelming. I looked through, I think it was the 2019 Hideout plan. I could not find anything in there about advocating nightly rentals. I read a lot about community, neighborhoods, which are all things that nightly rentals don't create, as was mentioned earlier with respect to the gentleman who owned a condo up in the next development up the road. I just think that it's really, really important to look at those items. I'm aware of the fiscal issues that the town has. We all pay a lot in property taxes, and I think we all would be, I'll say, maybe it's ignorant if we don't think those are going to go up in the structure that's here. It's a fact that those things are going to happen. I don't think this isn't even a 40-year decision. This is a forever decision. This will never reverse. So it is permanently introducing significantly more nightly rentals, which was not supported in any of the surveys or the Hideout plans or the public input that I've seen. I've yet to hear a single public member come in support of what is proposed here. I've heard numerous opposing it in various fashions, but I've not heard a single member of the public advocating for it who's not a council member, planning commission member, or somehow tied directly to the Hideout town government and the developer. So thank you. I appreciate the second chance to emphasize those couple items.
So Mayor, I'd just like to respond. I think one of the pieces of information we're missing, I talked to Rob about this a little bit at the retreat, but it would be a good thing for the community to see what their taxes might look like if we build out the town without additional revenue sources. How would we, what would that impact be? And I think if we put that in a survey that says, hey, you know, your taxes are going to go up 8 times what they are now, or whatever the number is, versus, okay, your taxes might go up a little bit, but we've got, and maybe it's only 3 times. I don't know what the number is, but to put that into a model and show if we do nothing and we're fully supported by property tax revenue, this is what it means to you, individual homeowners and property owners, versus if we were to introduce these other revenue sources, which everyone is telling us we need, this is what your property taxes will look like. And if we presented that in a survey, I'm sure that we'd get different responses. And yes, there is a component for community livability. Everybody wants to, have a good community to live in. They want a peaceful life in Hideout. And I would say, I think the vast majority of people would agree. They just want to enjoy where they live and live at peace. But I think if we presented, if we do nothing, this is where we'll be in, X amount of years with the assumption of this amount of growth, versus if we were able to introduce these other revenue sources, including the TRT that we're really focusing on here, primarily, we could get different responses. The other thing is this area really is, what do you call it? Called it Greenfield, except for 2A and phase 1, which is already completed. I think it's completed. And 2A, everything's still Greenfield here. It is isolated, geographically isolated from the rest of the town. It is the closest thing that we have to the new resort expansion, which is going to generate a tremendous amount of, I think there's going to be a lot of visitor nights in this area. But I also think that not every unit that's bought in a community that allows nightly rentals ends up in the nightly rental pool. Some people do live there. So you can't predict who's going to move in next door to you. You hope it's not some terrible neighbor. But even if it is owned, not in a nightly rental pool, you could have a terrible neighbor. So there's only so many things we can control. And I think we just, we've done our best, I think, to isolate this subdivision, its own area. But, I just think it's the economics of it. We can't ignore. We have to come up with perhaps a survey that shows in the numbers what the impact would be to the people that will live here now and will live here in the future.
I think we can do that, Chris. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something we can model relatively quickly based on, if we just extrapolate the last few years of build rates, use that as a basis. So it says that in 10 years' time, we'll be at build out, and in 10 years' time, we'll have 10 more miles of road, much of which is at very high percent pitches. And based on what it requires for our equipment, we can extrapolate those demands on public services, the amount we're spending on, sewer maintenance, water maintenance, all those kinds of things, can be done into that, and just put into a model which is how we're doing our budget anyway, but just based on current demands, and come up with a vision of, we're running the town on roughly $2 million a year right now. In 10 years' time, we're gonna be running the town on $8 million a year or $9 million a year, and that, if we do it out of tax revenue, it's X.
I think we need to factor in, so I like the idea. It's a good baseline. Just basing it on residential build out is one premise. We need to factor in everything we're working on here. So, we know that there's X number of doors that have been approved, so
Right.
that's all residential.
So I'll call it worst case scenario, Ralph.
I'd call that the worst case scenario, exactly. And I think what we need to do, to be fair, in the survey is to say, hey, if we have the commercial town center built out, and we have, say, other things that could be built out, like the Loom property, that would bring in those monies, that would be a second question and the third question, because you can't just go on, you go on the baseline, that's true, the worst case scenario, but it's probably not gonna be the worst case scenario. So let's build a couple of models out that make sense, that, people could obviously look at. Number one, so in the survey, if we go back to the survey, 7 out of 10 do not, living in town in 2022, do not want nightly rentals. That's a pretty damn big percentage. However, if you look at another question on the survey, so the number one thing that everyone wanted was getting, a place to buy some food. Number two was a restaurant.
Yeah.
So if you look at the commercial side, which we wanted, that was really overwhelmingly in favor of where our residents want to gain traction with money and, amenities and those things. So we have to factor both of those into any combined, models that we do. And otherwise it wouldn't be fair.
So Nate, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I don't remember what the question said. If it was just said and sent out, do you want nightly rentals? That's really not a fair question. If that was the question and 30% said yes, I think that's huge on this side. I would imagine that was, if someone just sent me a thing and didn't tell me what was going on or it was going to generate any money, and I would expect it to be 95% say no. If you only got 70, I think that's pretty big. Because I think the question was just, hey, do you want nightly rentals? And people are thinking, no, I don't want nightly rentals next to me. I've been here for 5 years. I got a $2 million, $4 million house. It wasn't explained that, hey, we're looking at nightly rentals in the Boulders. We're looking at nightly rentals in Deer Springs. I think that changes everything. Because I did talk to a couple people about this survey, and they thought they were getting nightly rentals next to them. I can't believe you got 30% next to them.
I agree with you. Some of the people I've talked to who were on the EDC with me, they first of all, they said, we can afford it. If our taxes go up and we're living the life that we want, we can afford paying the additional taxes. But you're right, the question didn't have the alternative options in there, didn't have a baseline of what they might be paying, but the general feeling that I was getting was, as long as you protect me, I'm willing to pay more taxes, to that effect. And if you double or triple the town tax, which is only 6.9% of our total tax that we pay, it's still a minor blip in most people's back pocket, if you think about it.
County for sure.
Yeah, compared, so we pay, out of our dollar, 7 cents or slightly less goes to Hideout. So the average person, if we doubled that, they'd be paying not that much more, so to speak, in the grand scheme of things. It's still less than 1/7 of a dollar. And most people could afford that in town to protect what they want. So think about it that way, Nate.
The other thing is, the other project that's looking to do nightly rentals, they're not going to have the benefit of MIDA. They're not going to have a developer that's willing to give his 30% of the sales tax, resort tax, community tax. I don't think they're giving any tax to you guys, my understanding, because I don't know that they even have the tax to give. Instead of doing a whole new survey and everything, I mean, what if we just took out phase 4 and 2A and voted on the rest?
So that's what we're gonna work through, Nate, is what are the scenarios that make make the most sense for your development. I think we gotta get some numbers on single family, versus, townhome type rentals,
Okay.
which are available from the realty market, and we don't have to do any kind of
Yeah.
special study. It's all out there. We just kind of find somebody to talk to us.
We also need to do a net benefit. As Mr. Rutter was saying, we have to factor in the bottom line, not just the top line. So this is what I've talked to folks in Park City about quite a bit. And, I mean, their council is not in favor of this in general. It's cost Park City money. And so we need to get to a better bottom line. So, I'd like to see what, so if we, there could be more infrastructure costs. To your point, Mr. Rutter, I think, will there be some enforcement costs? Maybe it's not a whole person at $120,000 a year. That seems a little bit exorbitant, but could be half a person, to monitor the situation. So I think we need to not just look at the top line, we need to look at the bottom line and look at it a little bit more closely. So Rob, you've done that before. I know we built some models that take into that account. So, can we go back and do some refining here? Rob's still on.
Yep. No, I think
Yeah.
it's definitely something we would look at. I think we would want to get, when we looked at least from the expense side of things, we use some generalities for expenses. So I think we would want to make sure that we incorporate public works and different things to get a better understanding of actual expenses from the last model we did. I'm sorry if that's not the question you're referring to.
No, that's it. I think we need to, the last model we did, I don't think, and there was another couple of models that we did that captured the cost, the expected possible costs that would be associated with, anything that we do, whether it's hotels or other kinds of commercial amenities. We factored in some cost figure. I don't think we did that here, and I think that's relevant to the other comments that came in. We should do that on everything. I mean, it's like, top line is great, but what's your bottom line?
We'll put together some scenarios for you, Rob, to look at.
Yep. That'd be great.
We'll give you the numbers to support that. Both from the standpoint of numbers of units and, so we can put them into the property tax increment that comes in, and then the increase in the operating costs for the build out.
Yep. And then I could also build a model, relative to all of Deer Springs that we could, manipulate where it's like, okay, what if we include phase 5? What if we include just these? What if it's 25% occupancy? What if it's 15? Like, we could really, because I think it was, I don't remember which person said it, but to their point, the numbers look drastically different if you're at 20% occupancy on, 10 units. So it'd be good to see that as well. And then to Nate's point, one last thing, sorry, is that's the one benefit of approving these nightly rentals in the MIDA zone is nowhere else in Hideout will you be able to charge that resort community tax. You're just able to charge that because you're in a MIDA area.
Yeah, so that's a multiplier, which is why it's so attractive.
Yep.
So.
And Rob, one other thing, also, I agree with Mr. Rutter on this point. 40 years is only relevant to the way MIDA calculates things. I continue, and how I calculate, which is 10 years. What's gonna happen at the 10 years? So, my suggestion would be, we have a point, we have a column in there that does the 10-year benefit, the 10-year cost, because that's more realistic. A lot of us we're not gonna be around in 40 years. It's irrelevant. you know, and the numbers just inflate based upon inflation anyway. After a certain point, they just become, you know, so after like year 10, you're in steady state for the most part, other than for pure inflation. So if you could run that, if you want to do something, add one column after year 10 and add up everything and then divide by 10, get the average, the median.
Well, you can't just divide it that way, Ralph, because the build-up timing is different, so we'd have to actually do.
Once you get to steady state.
Yeah, once you get to steady state, it's fine.
So, yeah, so, but but you're doing it by phases, the way he's got the model set up, you're doing it by phases. So that phase is not gonna be all that long. So, but if we do it by phases, then we should also have, you know, some straddled years in there in terms of revenue and costs as well. Does that make sense, Rob?
Yeah, we could look at that.
All right, one more from, Mr. Kim, so Edward, you're welcome to speak here.
Sure. Hey, a couple quick things. So, since I sold my retreat home, I've rented in Parks Edge, and I'm currently renting in Wasatch Springs. Just, you know, all those developments right up the road, and they all allow nightly rentals. You know, when I sold my retreat home, we got a pro forma from a very reputable property management company on rental income. And it was so overinflated. Frankly, my realtor and I were both shocked. And talking to, I've actually been in touch with the buyers of my place, and they said that the number of rentals next door has, you know, been a fraction of what they expected. I think in this area, you should take with a grain of salt whatever property managers are telling you that the occupancy rates will be for nightly rentals, because I do think they're quite a bit lower since, you know, COVID has ended than people ever expected. The second question I just have for you guys is, you know, you're talking about alternative revenue streams, and the ultimate nightly rental would be a hotel or an inn. And have you looked into putting a hotel in phase 3 or phase 8 instead of whatever the heck is planned for those spaces now? Because that seems to solve some of the concerns about commercial revenues, as well as potentially a restaurant that could be placed in the same area. And phase 3 seems like a perfect place for it. And I'm just throwing that out there because I don't know why anyone would ever want to own a home that's literally right next to 248 in phase 3. But I can certainly see, you know, a moderately priced hotel doing quite well there. And if it had a restaurant, geez, I mean, a gas station would be fantastic. That seems to be a pretty good use of that space. So just throwing that out there as an idea.
Thank you, sir. Nate, you were gonna jump in, I saw your hand come up for a minute.
Yeah, I respect Edward, but he can't say I moved out because it's so bad and then say there was no revenue because it was so bad a rental. You can't have it both ways. Either it was so noisy, it was so bad because there were so many people there, or it was, hey, it was so bad because no one rented. So I mean, I think he's just saying what you guys want to really hear. I don't know. That's all I want to say. It's either one way or the other.
All right, so I don't wanna go down this rabbit hole, guys, so I'm not gonna take it. We've been running a model from everywhere from 20% to 80%. I mean, I think those are pretty good range. They kind of, I mean, so you're talking, you're talking 60 nights a year out of a year if you're 20%. The winter alone is probably good for those 60 nights. And that's 2 months out of 4.5 month, 5 month season. So I think that's a decent low point to put in the model. And then, 80% assumes that we've got enough activity for year-round, enjoyment. And so we get a range. So I think that works. We'll look at it and we'll come back. So I don't think, we've got enough we got some good feedback tonight, we got some great ideas from council. I don't know that we're ready to make that call, because we want to see some more data. So I think we're gonna have to continue this and do some work between now and next week.
We have a little bit more time because we started this one early.
Right, a little extra time.
And before Nate leaves, Nate, what was the last piece you said about the phases that you wanted to think about putting on the table again? I just want to make sure I got which, because you changed it, I think.
Well, just to be considerate of the 10, 12 contracts that are in 2A, I think we've heard two people say take out 4. And I would consider that if you added the other, phase 3 and, some of the other stuff. So that's just to be considerate to them because they have contracts.
So what's on the table for you? I'm sorry.
Saying 2B and 3 and 8.
Okay,
As opposed to 2B, 4 and 8.
Yeah.
And the only reason 3 was out is because we had originally asked the council to leave that community area less nightly rental.
Yeah. And like Edward said, I mean, maybe it's a good area to have nightly rental because you're right on the freeway there. But you're right by the parks too, where you have a lot of residents coming. So a lot of things to consider. Yeah, I mean, let's do our homework and see what, let me know what you guys need me to do. But I really appreciate all the comments and the time you guys are giving this tonight. And so, really appreciate it. Let's see what we can do.
So with council's agreement, I would like to suggest we have a motion to continue. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to close public hearing. I apologize. Thanks for the reminder, Alicia. So I'm closing public input on this particular topic this evening. There will be a chance to do some more if this comes back on the agenda. And the intention is to motion to continue to a date certain, being April 11th. We're gonna have a very busy night that night.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll have to see how we do. But for now, that's our best shot.
So I would move to continue this matter to the next council meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Chris. Jonathan, the movement, Chris, second. Ralph, yes. Bob,
Yes, with the caveat, since I haven't had a chance to speak at all this night. The public's pretty clear. Nobody wants the night really rentals, but yeah, let's move this forward and see what comes up.
Okay. Chris,
Yes.
sorry, Bob, I thought you would have raised your hand for your comment.
I couldn't get a word, but thanks.
Well, the Zoom raises your hand, Bob. For future reference, there's a raise your hand function in the Zoom.
Well, personally, I would love to hear what Bob has to say.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not gonna change that, we're gonna move it forward, so by all means, Bob, please come in.
We'll talk later. It's okay.
well, I'd love to hear what you have to say, Bob. I mean, I don't know if unless you want to talk to me later, but I'd love to hear what you have to say.
No, I just reminded to the council, nobody wants this. It's that simple. So anyway, let's move it forward. Maybe the deal will change and something is more agreeable.
All right,
We're in the middle of a
Thomas,
vote. Aren't we in the middle of a vote on a
oh,
motion that was
closed the
seconded?
vote. We did the vote.
We did?
Everybody agreed. Yeah,
Okay.
I have Bob, Ralph, Chris, and Jonathan all saying yes. That's what I have down. Did not everybody say yes? So I thought I said everybody's name.
I think we stopped at Bob.
Yes.
And Chris didn't get it.
All right, let's do the vote again. I have a motion from Jonathan, a second from Chris to continue this topic to next council meeting being April 11th. And Ralph,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes,
Chris,
Yes.
and Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Maybe my pen got ahead of myself. It's possible. This next one should be that awful because it's all technical stuff, but we'll find out. So Thomas, good luck.
Thank you. Okay. Nothing like code at 9:30 at night. So here is what I will do. Mayor, you're right. This primarily what we have on the table is code language that really cleans up, adds, provides a few best practices. It's pretty basic. It is a collection of input that we've received over the past 2.5 years since the new code has been in place. Just, us taking notes after planning commission meetings, council meetings. Oh, that wasn't in the code. Oh, that wasn't clear. Oh, that was misreferenced. It's kind of things like that. We did divide it into 3 components, kind of new code language, maybe new line items, new sentences. That's part 1. Part 2 are just minor revisions, tweaking things. And part 3 is correcting some of the cross references, which are really the sections in the code that needed to be updated. At the planning commission meeting, we had some language relative to RV parking, those kinds of things. That has been removed. We're going to work with the committee to do that. We'll bring that back to the planning commission and you all. So again, I do think that most of this is pretty basic. I'll go through this one by one, but I'll go fairly quickly. If I'm going too quickly, please say stop. I need more explanation and we'll go there. So you're on new code language, item 1.1. This is for the recording of a plat. You can see what we've eliminated in red and added in blue, where it said legislative body. Technically, we need to say mayor and attestation. Planning commission chair, we're just clarifying that. The town planner was listed as a signatory on plats. That's not typical in the state of Utah. I don't need to be on there, so we're removing me. And we're removing the Wasatch County GIS because we don't have somebody for that. We use the Wasatch County recorder. So all of those are really just clarifying who signs plats. We go to the next.
Thomas, just a really quick question. So great, I'm good with this. What about Mayor Pro Tem having the ability to sign when the mayor's not here? Is that implied?
Holly, is that implied? I thought that was implied, but do we need to say that?
No, you don't need to say that. The mayor, whoever is acting as mayor, just automatically, that's a given.
Okay, thank you.
But
I've just had to sign one so far ever when the mayor wasn't here.
Okay, good. Yeah, and I think if you are pro tem, you can sign. Item 1.2, we're adding some language relative to retaining walls. Right now, we don't have any definition on where retaining walls can be. There's a recommendation that they be set back 5 feet for property lines. That way, as they're constructed, the person constructing the wall doesn't have to encroach on their neighbor's property. They may or may not get that encroachment right. Also, from a safety perspective, a repair and maintenance perspective, if we've got at least 5 feet, they can be on their property if they need to make repairs. Otherwise, they have to ask to encroach on a neighbor's property. That's not always rewarded and it can damage the neighbor's property. They may not allow for it. So we're clarifying that issue and hopefully solving future neighbor issues. And then just noting that the retaining walls will be constructed of natural stacked rock. We have that in our design standards, but we didn't have that in the code. We just wanted to make sure those two were connected.
I thought we had a setback of some feet, Thomas, on the retaining walls, because I remember, no setbacks on that, is that correct?
We don't.
We have the height of.
We have a height, that's exactly right. We have a height of 5 feet, and then you can step it back another 5 feet, tier it up to another 5 feet. So 5 horizontal, 5, and then 5 vertical.
And we only allow one tier, if I remember. We only allow one tier, if I remember correctly, is that correct?
That's it. Yep.
So in this case, the 5 foot setback would have to be from as from the second tier, correct?
No, this one would be the first, this 5 foot setback would be property line. You would go back 5 feet horizontally. You can go up 5 feet, back another 5 feet, and up 5
Right.
feet.
Right. Okay, yeah, so it could be as high as 10 with a step to it, and then 5 feet back from the property is what you're saying?
That's the
10
maximum
feet
height
to-
retaining wall we allow. Yeah. If you have a single
Okay.
retaining wall, you can go up to 6 feet, but if you have two, you got 5, 5. That's it. Item 1.3 is an update to applications requirements. We had only 15 days in there. We're going with what's really kind of the industry standard for the region, 45 days. That allows somebody time to submit. It allows Alicia time to process, take in the application, review for completeness, take care of funding, distribute to staff. We can review, do site visits, get reports out, and notice the 10 days prior so that we're not late in getting packets out to council and planning commission. Right now, we've only got it at 15 days prior. Technically, somebody could submit 15 days prior. We have 5 days to do all of the work, the review, the site visits, and then get the notice out in the packet. It's almost an impossible deadline. I think we've seen in the past that hasn't necessarily worked, as often reports go late. So this just really clarifies a new procedure for applications. It also notes that if an application is in process and it hasn't had any action for 180 days, that application will be closed. Doesn't mean they can't resubmit. They can, but that application is closed and they have to go through the resubmittal process. Item 1.4. This was an issue with regard to driveways. Most of the issues stem from slopes, et cetera, and safety, trying to keep one driveway per lot. So we note that every no lot should have more than one driveway ingress egress, unless for some reason there's a safety concern and need for safe movements as determined by the town planner and town engineer.
So you're saying you do not have a circular driveway, semicircular driveway?
Correct. Unless there's a need to ensure, again, safety movements, depending on slope, sight lines, things like that. It is the more curb cuts we have, the more challenging it is for public works, the more challenging it is for, it can be an issue with safety as well. And it could lead to a slight reduction in impervious surface, stormwater runoff, challenges for the Jordanelle, et cetera. So it does a few things, but there is a caveat. If there is a need for it, they can request.
I think some of the larger lots, particularly on the uphill side, may be looking for that, Thomas, because they're a lot wider. So I'm not sure about that one, but okay. It's not gonna bother me, but I'm just thinking we probably get some pushback on that.
Well, pushback from whom? From an applicant?
Residents who want to build a circular driveway.
Mm-hmm. We're saying we don't want circular driveways for the same reasons that Thomas, unless, of course, there's a health or safety need or some reason to grant some kind of an exception.
We haven't had one yet, apparently. Okay, keep going.
Item 1.5 is landscaping and maintenance requirements. These requirements meet the state of Utah's landscape conversion incentive program. So it allows municipalities that are designated as an eligible location to receive possible water rebates. And so this is their recommended language. It's pretty typical. It basically matches up with our code anyway. And so if it allows opportunities down the road for rebates, we thought we would include it. They recommend it throughout the state, actually. Just reducing the amount of lawn, the amount of irrigated turf, et cetera.
Well, for person, I'm ready to zero scape the whole place, but yeah.
And our landscaping requirements are pretty pretty thorough in terms of recommending xeriscaping. We do require native vegetation be preserved, certain percent and or replanted. We have maximum allowances for turf, et cetera. So we do have significant xeriscape language in the code. Keep in mind that is different from xeroscape, which is really pavement and or rock. There is a difference, but we do have xeriscape standards. Item 1.5, we didn't have any language with regard to setbacks for hot tubs, pools, things like that. And so we're recommending that these basically meet the setbacks of the zone that they're in. So meet the side yard setbacks. You can't locate this a hot tub or a pool or anything within your side yard setbacks or your rear setback. You have to meet the building setbacks, pretty typical throughout the region. These are considered structures, and so we're just really clarifying that. We also
Tom, it's the hot tubs. There are hot tubs on decks and things, right?
yes,
How does this impact? I mean, we have them now.
but it wouldn't impact them at all. If it's on a deck, that's within the setback, so
Okay.
It's every code requirement we have.
Okay, great, thanks.
We also followed the Utah Office of Administrative Rules in terms of fencing around pools that are required.
So Thomas, sorry, we just spent a lot of time trying not to put rule numbers in. So should we not reference a rule number? Should we just have it the Office of Administrative Rules, period? So if they change the rule number, it
Also,
still
if they
applies?
change their number, we could take that out.
Just a thought. We just spent a lot of time trying to apply ourselves to state code, just letting that take care of it. So I don't know if we want to start quoting numbers again.
No, if we're taking them out in the other sections of the code, as you and Polly the council had noted, let's just strike that R 392-302-14.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right, or you can just say all swimming pools must meet requirements of the Utah administrative rules.
Yeah,
Even better. Even better.
But you might want to also include that chain link fences aren't allowed because that's illegal.
That's right, because we have our section of the code that doesn't allow for certain kinds of fencing below it. So we may want to leave that part. Otherwise, it conflict with the other section of the code. But yeah, we'll strike the number. 1.6. This is under impact fees. We're adding and confirmation of water for development. So we're not changing the time of payment, which is the one you see down there with kind of this striked out 0 time of payment. All of that stays the same. What we are noting here is that the applicant must provide satisfactory evidence that they have water from JSSD, and as a condition of approval for the plat, at recordation of plat, they are required to provide a will serve letter. If you scroll down just a little bit more, there is one section in another portion of the code that notes as a condition of subdivision approval, they have to convey the water rights. We're now saying as a condition of subdivision recordation, because at approval, they have to note that they're in the process thereof, but they don't have to buy them, because if they didn't get subdivision approval, that would be unfair to the applicant. So it's not until recordation that the actual provision of the will serve letter comes through.
But they would still need, at the time of approval, they would still need something to suggest that they actually have those rights.
Correct. We note that they have to provide satisfactory evidence confirming that they have sufficient dedicated or reserved water with JSSD for the number to that development. That's right.
Okay.
Let's see. So section 1.7. Right now, in the neighborhood mixed use district, we allow gas stations as a permitted use and hotels as a conditional use. The commercial zone has it just the opposite. So we're making a recommendation that the commercial zone essentially match the neighborhood mixed use zone. Hotels would be a permitted use and gasoline stations would be a conditional use. Just to keep that consistent. I think maybe that got transposed at the time we did the code in 2023.
Thomas, what's the difference between a gasoline station and a service station?
Those would be the same.
Okay, because later on, service station is referenced and gasoline. And then I just want to ask, do we really want gas stations in Hideout as an even conditional use? I don't know if now's the time to even think about that or to just swap the C's and P's and then come back to it at some point in the future.
It may be visiting down the
Gasoline
line.
station can be a really good source of revenue. Because you can have a local tax on top of it all. So it's, you know, it's something to consider and we desperately need something nearby.
So yeah, okay, so maybe a future discussion then, but swapping, I'm definitely in favor of the permitted and the conditional letters there, for sure.
Yeah, and we can look at that. And then also in the NMU, the neighborhood mixed use zone, fitness and wellness centers, yoga, Pilates, things like that. For some reason, that was noted as a conditional use, and I think that should have been a permitted use. That's something that we would all want, whether you have a yoga shop next to a cafe, et cetera. We've heard that from the community over the past 2 years, so we thought we should fix that. There's no need for, there's really no conditions to mitigate for a yoga shop, a yoga center. So make that permitted. The next one, we're really good at getting into some minor code revisions. Right now, our zoning map says in the legend proposed zoning, it should just read zoning districts. Just a correction. Item 2.2 below that one is a clarification to a different section of the code. We're correcting the number for the code and then noting that fees are outlined in a fee schedule that has been adopted by resolution, that all the fees may not be in the code, they'll be in the resolution at the code reference number. Item 2.3, under landscaping and irrigation, we have natural natural ground covers and toppings for landscape areas. Inadvertently, pavers were there. That would not be considered a natural cover. That would be impervious surface, so we're striking that. 2.4, in the preliminary plan application package, if you go down just a little bit.
A lot of people have pavers in those areas so they can walk on a smooth surface to get to the hose bib, for example.
That you can absolutely have them. It's just that those don't count as natural landscaping. They count as a hardscape.
We're not banning them, we're just taking them out of the natural list.
That's right. That's it.
Okay.
This one is to allow or to require the location of either a postal service gang boxes if it's going to be a part of a subdivision and or pull out or parking areas. Note that on the subdivision, because if they don't note it and it comes back later, it becomes a very big issue relative to rights of way, snow removal. You guys know the story. And so we didn't have we're requiring it now at both preliminary plan application and if you scroll down just below it for final plat application as well. It's kind of a just so forget.
Yeah.
Item 2.5. So in section 12 of the town's ordinance, we go through all of the zoning designations. In there, we specifically noted that you have to reference back to Title 10, which is building and development standards. We, for some reason, outlined all three of those sections. You can see landscaping, open space, design requirements. It was an attempt to be very, very transparent to remind people these are the uses, but don't forget you have to go back to section 10, which are development standards. So you know what our building development and subdivision standards are. I think we got too explicit there. We just needed to say, strike those three in red and just say it in one fell swoop. Go back to Title 10 and just keep it simple and clarify it, because Title 10 does more than landscaping, open space, and design. It's also got some development and other standards. And so we just wanted to clarify that and keep it simple. We did that for every single one. It was the same until you get down to, you can see there, it's the same recommendation. If you could stop though at the neighborhood mixed use zone. So I had a discussion today with some folks, Brett Rutter, and then internally we had a discussion. There was a concern about A1 on this one. Neighborhood mixed use, commercial zone, the next one, and light industrial all have additional requirements. They're above and beyond what is required in Title 10 to require more landscaping, a minimum amount of landscaping. As I was discussing this today with Brett read this as it was almost forcing people to do manicured landscaping, this A1. So where we say landscaped areas shall be provided on the site in an amount equal to or greater than 20% of the net site area, that it was intended to mean any landscaping, native, natural, or planted, manicured landscaping. We think we might have a better way of saying this, and maybe it is the maximum percentage of any lot that may be covered by buildings, pavement, or other impervious surfaces / improvements is 80% of the lot area. So just approach it from the other area, from the other direction. Might be a little bit easier and more explanatory. So we would make that recommendation for the neighborhood mixed use zone.
So you're going to change this language?
Correct. Take out that number 1, and I could email you the sentence, or it's going to be the maximum percentage of any lot that may be covered by buildings, pavement, or other impervious surfaces / improvements is 80% of the lot area.
That's much clearer, Thomas. So I'm glad you thought about that, because I read this and I was like, what? I didn't.
Oh, credit Brett on that one.
Actually. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you, Brett.
Yeah,
no, that's much clearer and straightforward.
Didn't we just talk about our desire to not do manicured grasses? So does this align with the stuff we talked about earlier where we're encouraging people not?
It does, and you're actually thinking exactly the way Brett thought about it, that this was requiring you to do landscaped, which I think he, and it sounds like you are interpreting as grasses or things.
I'm just saying, I think 25%, I want to know if the 25% matches what we said above about manicured stuff.
Oh, yeah. In fact, this is more restrictive. We allow 35%. This is more restrictive for the commercial.
Okay, that's all I was checking on is
Yeah,
that too much?
Okay.
No, I wasn't saying I had to. I just want to make sure it didn't override what we just said before. That's all.
Nope. That is correct. So here in the commercial zone, that A1 would also become the new A1. And then in the light industrial zone right below it where you're going, that A1 would also become the new language that we enunciated for neighborhood mixed use.
And then you had the blocking of because it's light industrial, you added the 70%.
Thomas said the number A3 should obscure a minimum of 70% of the area from what vantage point?
It'd be from the right of way. Maybe we need to say that this language, and just to be clear, this language is not new language. This is existing code language. We're just carrying it over.
I think we should specify, I agree with Chris, we should specify the vantage point. Because you could look at different angles and come up with different numbers.
We can do that. So then you would say into the area from the public right of way.
From a height of 6 feet off the ground. I don't know. If I'm standing there, or let's say somebody's 5 foot tall standing there versus 6'5" standing there, they're going to have a different, and the vantage point, I mean, that means visually, right? Thomas, I'm just trying to get something measurable that can be enforceable. Yeah, that's all.
Too obscure. Maybe we would be ahead to say installation of an undulating berm approximately 2 to 4 feet high or 2 to 5 feet high or something like that. Maybe it's the height of the berm.
It might be the height of the berm. I don't know though. Is there standard language somewhere we could adopt?
Typically for berms, we see them somewhere between about 2 and 5 feet high. It really depends on the width of space you have so that they don't have significant erosion issues, right? I would say installation of an undulating, a natural berm, approximately 2 to 5 feet high. Berm or vegetative hedge, a berm 2 to 5 feet high, or vegetative hedge 2 to 5 feet high. We could do that. It will really vary on the site condition, right? Depending if you're
right
lower than the right of way, if you're higher than the right of way, if you're on the upside, the upslope side or the downslope side, it does make a little difference.
Is it subject to interpretation by the town planner or again, just trying to figure out language that, gives some certainty to what the berm or vegetative hedge would need to be.
What if we said,
Would it be better instead of putting specs here, because every building is gonna need something different, would it be better
Right.
to simply say, as recommended or approved by the planning commission or whatever? In that way, you have the flexibility to say, I think we need a 6-foot fence here, or we don't need anything. As long as you're obscuring, and I'm assuming the 70% means horizontally.
correct.
And since this is kind of an aesthetic thing, right? This is an aesthetic thing, not an engineering item. Or would it be more appropriate for the town planner to, render the opinion or the planning commission?
We could
I
do
mean, feels like the town planner to me.
anyway, but yeah, maybe the town planner, so we don't have to go back for a final landscape plan.
Right.
And I think when we say 2 to 5 feet, somebody's gonna come in and says 2 feet, here's my 2-foot hedge.
You're right. Okay, so we'll say for review and approval of the town planner. Okay.
I just think make your life easier if we don't get too specific there.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I like that better.
That works. Okay. I don't think there were no changes to the next ones. That again was just clarifying language, simplifying language. If you go to item 2.6. In that section, it stated development in the mountain zone. Mountain is the old zone. Mountain residential is our new zoning designation. So this is just a clarification. The next is the equivalent residential unit table. We're recommending 2 things. One, a little bit of clarification in the table. We're not changing the numbers, none of the numerics, but we are clarifying some of the language. But we're also recommending that the CRU table only lives in our definition section of the code, which is kind of a strange place to find it. So we're recommending to leave it there, but also to create a newly created section 12.02.30. So people know it's got a title, equivalent residential units. They know where to go when they think about density. In here, you'll note that we had originally up to 500 SF, including bathroom areas. That was the original language. We're recommending up to 500 gross square feet, period. Just that's it. To simplify this. I don't know why it was almost looking at both net and gross. I'm not exactly sure why it was written that way. So we're clarifying. Again, we're not changing any of the percents at all. We're clarifying that this is gross square feet, and that goes all the way through that middle column. And then you're at the next section, which is cross-reference corrections. This is really just fixing numbers. This first one, 3.1, referenced an incorrect section. We're correcting the section that it should go to for the permitted uses in the RSPA zone. Item 3.2, we're noting that if you need to look at Appendix 6 for the old RSPA zone, the former town code, you have to go to the former town code, and we're correcting that section. The ER, sorry, if you go down one more, this is a recommendation to move the sign section. The signs right now for private property are situated under the public right-of-way section, public rights-of-way section of the code. So if you're thinking about reviewing a sign for a private development, you wouldn't know to go there. And so we're recommending that we create a new section for signage, call it signage, and change none of the language in the section. We're simply moving it and making it more visible so that if you're on Municode, you can find a title, click on it, and you'll see all of the sign language.
Thomas, does this strictly apply to commercial signage, or can this potentially be applied to, political signage and things of that nature? Because the latter is, I think, is a problem.
If the political signage, because it does go in the right of way, is that what you're suggesting?
Well, what if it's on the lot itself and not in the right of way?
So this is just referring to building permit signage, and then we have a whole other section that deals with signs that actually down the line, we're talking about making it its own title, but currently it's its own chapter, which is that, oh, okay, yeah, we fixed it in the ordinance. I think this one is going to be 814-130, if I remember correctly, but this is just for building permit signs.
Okay. I don't see that as a political issue, so.
Okay, no, Polly, just for clarification, if you could go back to that one, Mayor, just real quickly, at the very top of this one, go up just a little bit more. That top section, we are recommending here to a newly created chapter 14.
But we're not doing that yet. We didn't do it yet. It was too much. It was
That's
too
not
much.
part of the ordinance. Okay, never mind then. Okay.
I just want to make sure we're not encroaching on the First Amendment, that's all.
No, we're good.
All right.
Yeah, no, this is just.
Or if we are, we already are. We're not changing it at this point. We'll have to look at our sign code closely.
Yeah, do you need to make it building permit signs? Because that
That
was,
was building permit section,
oh, I see what you're saying.
so
Yeah.
in theory.
And that one
Yeah.
will stay under the right of way section so that if it's out in front, it should stay there. It will.
And I'm pretty confident, without having looked at it, I think we have appropriate language for political signs. Because I've put them up, and I also think we've got language that allows people in their own private property to put signs up of a certain size for those things as well.
Okay.
Because I've seen people put, vote for Jonathan or whatever on their porch railings.
Yeah,
And I don't mean
something, but on private
specifically.
property is entirely different.
Yeah. But you can't have a giant sign on your house just because it's your private property.
That's correct. And it references for commercial uses, et cetera. There's pretty good language in there. And then the final item is, again, correcting reference numbers for uses. That's it. That wasn't so bad.
Thank you, Thomas. A lot of work. A lot of details.
Yeah, it's nice to get it cleaned up. You'll notice in the ordinance that it's really long because we had to incorporate all of the language so you see it so you see the additions in
So
context.
Yeah, so this is the same stuff we just looked at, just all in one package.
That's right.
So in the ordinance, you'll have to change whatever we just changed.
Yes, we'll have to make the adjustment we discussed.
Mhm.
So if we were motion to, sorry, Alicia, go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just thought of something in the application process that we might want to add. Is the fees, if there's any application fees or escrow when they close, should we say that they forfeit that, returned escrow? You know, maybe we should address that in the code.
Can we, I don't have any issue with addressing it, I just don't know if we want to just do it off the top tonight.
Yeah, Alicia,
So
why
I'll
don't
call
you
you.
email
I'm
me
not sure
and
we.
Thomas
Yeah.
about that? And I don't wanna, the ordinance is pretty unwieldy as it is, and we're gonna be coming back with more stuff, so.
And I think in our escrow, in the actual fees in our resolution, I think we note that if an application is closed, if there's additional monies there, we return it. I think we might be okay.
Okay, I wondered about that too.
Next round, yeah.
I'm glad Alicia brought that up because I thought about the same thing because I didn't see it. At least I didn't see it in here. So yeah, this won't be the. I would agree with Polly. It's so unwieldy. Let's try to take action on it tonight, as more or less as is.
One thing I'd like to capture here in the notes, not as part of this, is I think in the commercial and neighborhood mixed use, we have to consider EV charging stations as part of like hotels particularly. That's come up and at some point we need to consider it in our code, so to speak.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Ralph, because I thought the same thing earlier. Because when we were thinking about gas stations, it's like, we're moving to charging stations, and we don't have any DC fast chargers anywhere near here. So
And the way it stands, a hotel, sorry, go ahead, no, go ahead. I did, go ahead. I'll come to my point here. Oh, I was just gonna say, a hoteler, does not have any requirements to put anything in, or retail, so if we have commercial, we're not gonna have, there's no requirements, we're gonna have to negotiate each situation separately,
do you think we can put this on a future agenda to talk about that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just capture it in the meeting minute notes, and we'll come back to it, because they probably have to go through the planning board anyway.
We covered something about EV chargers for homes and stuff. We did something because they had to be inspected or something. We did talk about EV personal chargers at some point. So we've got some language somewhere that it doesn't cover the commercial stuff. I don't disagree with you, or parking lots or whatever, but I do know we have something about EV charging somewhere in our code.
Mayor, I don't remember that, and can we table it, but definitely come back to that discussion?
Yeah, we will do that, but
Yeah, for sure.
Alicia's saying I'm right, so I must be right.
I don't remember that when we wrote this, but in any case, yeah, let's find out what we do have. If it's residential only versus need some other stuff.
Anyway, all right.
I do remember having the discussion
Yeah,
at some point.
I don't know if we did anything with it, but I know we're talking about it.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you, Thomas and Polly, for all your efforts on this. This is a massive work. And I appreciate that we're taking the time to capture these kinds of things that come up, so that we're keeping our code consistent and working to make it a little easier to understand, because there's nothing like conflicting portions of your code to provide loopholes. So good job. And I didn't hear any major objections. We had some slight adjustments, which we'll capture in the motion, which is to approve an ordinance to amend sections to update items within the land use code in titles 3, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12 with the adjustments to language in the sections we discussed.
Mayor, do we have to open it up?
Oh, the public hearing, sorry. I have to open it up, to public input, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. I'm just, my bad. Thanks. This is why this is why it's a team effort. Sometimes Polly has to remind me and sometimes Alicia has to remind me. All right, so I'm opening it up for comments from the public. If there's anyone in the public, doesn't seem to be anyone on there, but if there is, this is your time to tell me if you've got any concerns about the potential motion or about the meeting. And I see no hands, so I'll close on public input and back to a motion to approve an ordinance amending the sections to update the items within land use code titles 3, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12 with the language modifications discussed during the review. I'll put the, anyone will second it?
I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. I'm gonna do this right. Jonathan,
Yes.
thank you. Bob,
Yes.
thank you. Chris,
Yes.
Ralph, yes. Thank you. Motion passes, work passes, ordinance is approved. Okay, we're nearing the end. That is council minutes from December 14th. These were reviewed at a prior meeting. Ralph had requested that some language be adjusted. Alicia made some adjustments and am recommending that. I think, Ralph, you're okay with that?
Yeah, I looked and thanks, we went through this today, Alicia, thank you very much. You put all the section that we're talking about, so appreciate it.
I had to dig deep in the
I
thesaurus.
know, so sorry to even bring it up.
No,
It
it's
was an
fine.
important section.
It was.
So I would like to ask if any other council members have any questions on the changes that Alicia made to clarify, the concerns that Ralph had. And if not, we recommend that we do a motion to approve the meeting minutes of December 14th, 2023.
So moved.
Okay, sorry, guys. I'll just 1 second.
Okay, motion, Chris. Second, Ralph. Okay, Jonathan,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Ralph,
Yes.
and Chris.
Yes.
Motion carries, minutes are approved. Thank you, Alicia, for your efforts on that. And that brings us to follow-up items, if there's any that need to come from that. You know, because at this point, I'm too tired.
Yeah, I don't remember either,
So,
good question. I think we would have caught that last time anyway, though.
I think we did the first time.
Yeah, this was just clarification.
To my knowledge, there's no need for exec, because nothing's really moved forward since the last time we got together.
Nope, no need.
Okay. In which case, at 10:20 PM, and watch just to go. I would like a motion to adjourn the session.
So moved.
You, Second. Ralph, all right. Jonathan,
Yes,
Chris,
Yes,
thank you, Ralph. Yes. And Bob.
Yeah.
All right, meeting's over, guys and gals. Thanks so much for all your hard work tonight. Some really interesting topics, giving us a lot of things to think about, so appreciate it very much. And we'll see you on April 11th, if not before.
thank you. Good night.